need to push, Europeans to think European. I mean, the national defense ministers, but also all the layers, underneath to think European. I'll give you one example. One minister said, they have a big procurement, and then he asked his people who are doing the procurement, did you ask the other member states, whether you can join their agreements, you can do this together, and they hadn't. So we really need to change this. I think, meeting together also with the defense ministers more often is giving them the thinking, the European thinking, because we have too many, standards, we have too many different capabilities, and in order to bring down the costs, also bring down the procurement times, we need to really work together and not to have this, defend our own industry or, it's my national, but think regional, because the threat is actually European. So the answer should also be European.
And can I ask you, what's going to break that wheel then? Because it's been 2 years that we hear this. A commission job was created precisely for this, to make sure that there's a level of cohesiveness in procurement. We've heard this now for many months, but you say it's still a problem. What's finally going to break this wheel then?
No, I'm not saying it's totally, lost cause. Actually, we have done a lot of work. We have the European Defence Agency that is, helping also member states to do the joint procurement and push this forward. But actually, it starts from the thinking, on the higher political level, that when you think in terms of defence, what am I doing with the money that I'm now spending under the NATO's 5% target, then it's not only how much we spend, but actually how to spend it more wisely. So this is the push that we have, and I would say that we are moving to this direction. What we also need is the cooperation from the defense industry side.
Well, thank you for that. And since the High Representative mentioned higher political thinking, maybe I'll go to you, President, for that. When it comes just specifically, and I wonder if you've even thought about this in that kind of detail. Yesterday, again, when the head of the Commission says we need to instill life in this mutual defense clause, have you ever contemplated what that would mean? Because right now the definition is very blurry. Article 5 is very clear what it means. Attack on one is attack on all. How do you perceive a mutual defense clause for Europeans? What should be in it?
Well, I will start with a bit unusual answer, Ukraine. If Ukraine becomes EU member state, I think that clause is going to be a very, very real one, because Ukraine has now such a military capability, like it or not, most of our countries do not have. We have only one EU member state, and that's France, with nuclear capabilities. But I think that's a high strategic thinking. For me now, Ukraine's EU membership is not only about the traditional EU principle, but also about defense. Now about more detailed way. First of all, we have worked, and I think that here I want to say that Europe has moved very well on military mobility issues. We have still situation, but this is improving, that actually for one European army unit to cross the border of another country, you still need to fill some paperwork that you normally don't want to. It's almost like creating a military Schengen. That's one. Number two, I think that right now EU member states are more investing in dual use or actually military infrastructure. That is something that is really needed in case of crisis. Number three, I think that, and here High Representative can answer better, but we do have the EU Military Committee. We do have all those planning things. But we have been, particularly in Latvia, always very cautious that we do not duplicate NATO, because that's important.
That's a bad idea. Duplication, you think, would be a bad idea?
We should not. We should use as much as we can, and here I also think that the idea that Europeans are taking more military command posts is a good one, because that actually increases this kind of military planning, operational awareness, and anything else. Should we have European army? That's a great question, but I always ask the counter question, what do we understand by the European army? Do we understand standing corps, divisions, I don't know, armies that can move, or we understand better planning, better execution, better joint exercises, and so on. That's where, frankly, I have been always skeptical about putting a political slogan, but then having completely different answers what we understand.
So at this stage, the idea of a European army, and I insist on this, the Spanish foreign minister also brought it up again yesterday. You think at this point it's more of a concept than anything you've ever discussed in serious detail?
Well, frankly, I've been foreign minister for 12 years. I started back in 2011 when the world looked completely different, and I ended when Russia invaded Ukraine back in 2022. My question then is, we tried to create, and I think they still exist on paper, European battle groups. On paper they are, in reality, try to mobilize those. If we go that way, then probably, yes, we can try to figure out the way how we can create the mechanism that helps in times of crisis. We have a very good example with UK present, and UK actually in the leading role, Joint Expeditionary Force. That's actually covering more or less the Baltic region. That probably could be a role model also for expanding. But then again, if European army is just like US army or the national army, I think then we need to go into completely different understanding of the European Union, with completely different decision-making process, with completely different political structure. Actually, then we are talking about the federal Europe. Whether we are ready for that, well, I don't think that in all 27 member states we are ready for that.
We're going to talk about that in detail in a second. Madam.
No, on this, I think we should not really lose time on the things that we really need to do, which is actually strengthening our defense. Every European country has an army, and 23 of those are also armies of NATO. So the force is comprised of all these armies. You don't have a separate NATO army, but it's comprised of these armies. So if we have the talks of the European army, then my ask and my question is always, do you mean that Germany is establishing a separate army in addition to that army that is already in NATO? I don't think so. I'm seeing the talks that are about the conscription issue in Germany, and it's not easy. So I don't think it's going to be easy to establish a new one. And then, of course, if you do, then the question is, how does that work with the army if you don't establish a new army? And you have one army that is simultaneously in the European army as well as in NATO, then the problem is that when it is really crisis, it is all about the chain of command. Who gives orders to whom? How does it function? So if you have two of these where the army actually belongs to, then in terms of crisis, it falls in between, and this is extremely dangerous. So my call would be, let's not use our time in talking about new things when we have to focus on what is really urgent right now, which is strengthening our armies, doing it together in a European way so that we also strengthen the European pillar in NATO.
So it's a form of magical thinking at this point, to some extent. Minister Haddad, I know you have to leave very soon, but I have to ask you a question, perhaps to clarify. The French president this week, again, repeated, and this is a quote, Europeans are crazy at times. They spend all this money to subsidize industries in other countries. There should be a very strong and clear European preference. And he also brought up the idea of, well, the Eurobonds. Let's just say the word is not that terrible. So joint borrowing to pay for these things. Maybe it's early in the morning for it, but I just want to ask you to clarify, because he also said when you hear a French guy say protection of Europe, it looks like protectionism to some. So what does a European preference really mean?
Well, first, maybe to react to a couple of things that were said, we have NATO that France is an active part of, and clearly a strengthened European security to have Sweden and Finland join NATO in the last couple of years. And we have missions of reassurance in the Baltic states and Poland and Romania. We need to invest much more at the European level because we mentioned the duplication, the fragmentation, and just our shortages, our dependencies. And I think the model that we adopted with SAFE last year is an interesting one because basically you list all the areas, cyber, drone, ammunition, long-range strike, air defense, where you have shortages, and you incentivize through funding European states and companies to cooperate together cross-border to be able to invest and procure in the next few years. And I think that's something we really need to accelerate. We need to accelerate it, of course, with national funding, but also with funding from the multi-annual financial framework that we're discussing right now, where we really need an ambitious budget when we look at the investment gaps in defense and security, in space, in AI, in quantum, all these areas where we need to massively invest. And if you look at the Draghi report, I mean, all these numbers are well known, right? Both in private and public investment, we're lacking about 800 billion a year if we want to make up with the United States. That will demand both public and private fund. And public fund, of course, to use as a sort of leverage for private funding. And this is why it's a common sense proposal to go look at borrowing on the markets. When you do it at 27 level, by the way, you have an interest rate discount.
Cheaper.
You know? It's cheaper. And this shouldn't be a taboo. We did it literally 2 months ago for Ukraine. When I was talking about the 90 billion euro loan for Ukraine, it's borrowing on the market. SAFE is the European Commission borrowing on the market and then loaning to member states at a preferential rate as well. So this is a financial procedure. The other possibility will go to look for the national budgets directly. So this is what the president has been talking about when he talks about Eurobonds, is basically say there's an urgency, we need to invest, we need to increase our capabilities, support our innovators, our entrepreneurs, our industry, and let's do it by borrowing. Now, the other thing I would say on European preference, here again, it's also common sense. As you tell people, we are going to support an increased budget on defense. We did it in France, and all neighbors are doing it. Germany, of course, is doing it. Over the 2 terms of the Macron presidency, we'll have doubled the defense spending of France. And we're doing it at a time, to be frank, where we're also cutting spending on other areas. How can you tell your population, we're going to increase the defense budget, we're going to cut elsewhere, and then it's going to subsidize a factory in Kentucky? This makes no sense. And beyond that, look at the question about the control of use, the control of export, the technological know-how. All of this is critical. We know that when you buy a weapon from another area, it comes with strings attached. It comes with fine prints on how and when you can use it. So all of this is absolutely critical. And by the way, it shouldn't be a taboo either. Look at not the Trump administration, the Biden administration. They did the Buy America Act. They did the Inflation Reduction Act, which was a massive subsidy program within the United States, either for US companies or for outside companies that were reshoring, that were investing manufacturing in the United States. We should be open. We should trade with the rest of the world and diversify. But there's 2, I think, clear criteria. Number 1, you want to have a level playing field. And so when you have other partners that are also protecting or subsidizing, you want to be able to do the same. And number 2, on critical areas of sovereignty, of national security, and this is not just defense, by the way, because when I'm talking about AI or even payment systems, you want to reduce your dependencies or de-risk, as we say. On all these areas, you need your champions. You need your European champions. And by the way, and I've met a lot of them just in the last 3 days, we have the innovators, we have the entrepreneurs, we have the people who are ready to take the risk. Let's just give them the tools to go to scale, to conquer the world, to compete with the Chinese and the Americans, and to build the European sovereignty of tomorrow.
And I know you have to go, but just to be more specific, since the panel is about a plan of action from the Europeans, everything that you say, this breakthrough, will this happen before the summer? Because again, the French president said either there's a breakthrough in June, and it's a full package for Europe, and that also means joint borrowing, or we're going to do it in a smaller coalition. Is that the deadline? Because ultimately, if not, this is just a debate that goes on and on.
No, you're completely right. I think we have to be very agile on the formats. Of course, it makes sense to have initiatives at the 27 level. And this is also how we've built the European Union for a long time. Even when you look at the Eurozone or Schengen, you can have a group of countries that decide to move forward, to build a structured cooperation, or even to work with countries that are like-minded partners outside the European Union. When we did the Coalition of the Willing on Ukraine to work on the security guarantees for the day after a ceasefire, but also to support Ukraine today, of course we do it with the United Kingdom. This is a major strategic partner and is very convergent on our values and worldviews.
Specifically, if I may, just very briefly, what the market wants to see is Germany on board on this. They don't want to see a smaller coalition of France with a number of other countries. They want to see Germany on this. Do you think this can happen by June?
You have to ask Germany and the other partners, but I think it's in everyone's interest that we can move forward on this. But just to finish on this, the Coalition of the Willings on Eurobonds, you're right, but on everything, when we're talking about capital markets union, the 20th regime in corporate law, I think it makes a lot of sense to have a group of like-minded countries move forward together. And let's think also about how we associate countries like the UK, like Norway, like Canada, and a lot of initiatives that Europeans are taking, like we did with the Coalition of the Willing on Ukraine.
Well, thank you for that. I know you have to catch a flight, so thank you for joining us. And Madam Sakarinska, I know you also have to catch a flight, but let me just ask you a final question. There's been a lot of debate around Europe and what to buy and not to buy. How much time do you spend? Thank you very much, of course. Just very briefly, how much time do you spend thinking at NATO? Who's buying what? Are these weapons Europeans? Are they from the US? Or is that a non-debate within? And do you understand the points that the French minister just stated?
One of the three deliverables from the Hague summit last year was not just spend more or invest more. That was the thing that caught most of the headlines because it's a number and it's round and it's 5 and it's high. But actually the other key messages was we need to continue supporting Ukraine. And the third one was we need to produce more. And our call throughout all this year, and this will be repeated in Ankara now, is we need to produce more, and we need to produce more everywhere. I mean, we need more European production. We also need more production on the US side. And actually, if you look at the numbers, and especially if you look at the numbers on key capabilities, which are urgent in Ukraine, like air defense, we don't have enough, period. Not on one side or the other side of the Atlantic. This is why we will continue to say that we need to boost our defense production quickly. It's a question of urgency. Time is a cost. Several ministers have mentioned this. And this is why we believe the less barriers we have, the more we will produce. This is why some of the European countries actually went out and had contracts with some of our partners in the Indo-Pacific. It makes sense. So the focus is on actually making the links between our strong defense companies on both sides of the Atlantic easier. When we were discussing the Pearl, the model for support of Ukraine, we went to all allies, European, Canada, we told them, please, you have something in your stockpiles, you have interceptors, you have missiles, please, this is the moment to give them to Ukraine. You saw the pictures, you saw the numbers yesterday. Unfortunately, most of our stockpiles are not up to the task. And we went to industry, we can procure also. The only place where these capabilities were available was in the US stockpiles. And when you look, I was in Norway recently, I visited a company that does all of its export to the US. And then the US does additional production, and then many of European countries buy it. These are the links that defense companies have developed. If we try to dismantle them, we end up weaker and not stronger. So the call in the Ankara summit will be very much, we need to produce more, and for this, we need better regulation, we need speedier processes, and this is very much where NATO focuses on how do we make interoperability standard, how do we make the standards even stronger, and how do we make sure that the acquisition processes are speedier and smarter. So this is why you will hear a lot about innovation elements in the procurement and taking some element of risk, because this will not be risk-free, of course.
But just very briefly, since you mentioned the Pearl, at the time, it was controversial in Europe with a number of countries saying it's the Europeans that are paying for the weapons. The Europeans are paying now for Ukraine. Why is all this money going into the US industry? Are you saying in a time of urgency, that debate is a false debate?
I saw the photos yesterday. I was in Kiev at the end of November. We need to save the thermal plant tonight. And for this, as President Zelensky was saying, sometimes he has few hours. So again, I use the platform to make this call. Whoever has air defenses, we talk to partners, even partners are contributing to this, NATO partners. Whoever has the interceptors, whoever has the missiles, Ukraine needs them more than we do. So I don't think that here the big debate is which stockpile or which factory is this coming from. And I think that's something that we owe to Ukrainians and to their resilience and to their spirit.
Well, thank you very much. Before I open the floor, just perhaps a question for the two of you in your remarks. Before you alluded to what kind of Europe we want in order to be able to implement decision-making. There's a number of models that are emergent, the coalition of the willings, this enhanced cooperation, smaller groups of countries going alone. The two-speed Europe has been revived, brought up from zombie land in a way this week. And then you have Mario Draghi saying we need a pragmatic federation, and we need to use those terms. How do you envision this decision-making, just very briefly?
Well, that's a very good question, because what we are seeing now is Ukraine, we have really different formats. We have the largest one, which is Coalition of the Willing, then we have Washington Group, then we have Berlin Group, and then we have also E3 talking with Americans. So it is a little bit mess. But I understand also why, because to get a decision at 27 is not easy, and to some extent, inevitably, we are coming to the point where we will have some kind of like-minded nations working together on that or another issue. I think that this is the fact, and that's probably where there is a problem when we talk about Europe, because Europe is both the European Union and the countries outside of the European Union. I very much cherish the fact that the United Kingdom is coming back to many formats. I see that one unresolved issue that we still have is EU's, and I really liked yesterday's term at Ukrainian lunch, not enlargement, but European unification with Western Balkan nations, Ukraine and Moldova. So that's an issue. But look, I think that there is a danger. And the danger with all those formats is that we were striving for, and that's American term actually, Europe whole and free, and at peace. That was the vision of Americans for Europe. We still want to preserve the Union as it is, but we also understand that we will need to make a reform of decision-making, especially if there are more and more European nations. We have our own reservations about veto power in foreign policy, but we do have also areas where I would agree, if we want to finance defense, let's talk about Eurobonds. Of course, major economies should be on board. If we talk about European defense, each and every country first start to spend more. The average spending last year, I think it was Secretary General Rutte who was counting in Europe, outside, not the United States counting, was around 2%. We are striving for 5%. We have to do this for homework for our own rather than for pleasing someone else outside of Europe. But I think that we are coming to the point where, yes, because we can't agree on many things, because there is always one or two countries blocking that or another decision, that there is going to be emergence of some formats, which is good. But if we go too far, then we can get into the fragmentation of European Union. And I think that's where we still need to find a proper way. Also the regional formats, Nordic-Baltic cooperation, now with Finland and Sweden being NATO members, is just thriving. The support for Ukraine is thriving. But again, I think that we will have to, at one point, to look at all those formats and to understand where we go. And that's why I was alluding that we have also European top officials that can do work for Europe more and better if they are allowed. I have a sympathy for High Representative. I was 12 years in the Foreign Affairs Council, and sometimes I have a feeling that we were the unruly class of children with different preferences, and then comes the teacher and tries to get everyone together, and that's not an easy task at all. And that's only on the foreign policy level. I'm not talking about other things.
It's very...
I would come back to the poll I mentioned in my speech, and this is that the majority of Europeans, like it was 80% something, want Europe that is stronger on the global sphere. So how are we stronger on the global sphere? It's only when we are united. Then we are really a superpower. Now, the question is how to achieve this, because it's also true that it's becoming increasingly difficult. We have 27 countries, 27 democracies with their own domestic political issues, and that is really making it more difficult. Now, coalitions of the willing have been good start for a lot of good things in Europe. I mean, if you think about Schengen, if you think about Eurozone, Benjamin also mentioned this. You know, in the start, it was a coalition of the willing. Something built was coming out of this. But on the question of federalization, I come back to the time when I was running for the European Parliament in 2014, and I remember these talks at that time. And, you know, I remember also meeting the people and asking, like, do you want a banking union? Yes. Do you want, you know, that Europe does this? Now it's also that, you know, defense union. And then actually, if you ask in the end, do you want the federal Europe? Then they say no. But actually answering to all those questions is that you actually think about, you know, having a federal Europe. So the federalization is the word is really toxic, I think, is also in our public debate. But the point being that actually if we need to do these things together in order to be stronger on the global sphere, then we need to find ways of our decision making. And of course, it also requires political courage to either use the rules or you know, change the rules. And that's why, but I think the urgency is actually there, that we get our act together, that we also are able to take decisions to project unity.
And just briefly, before we open the floor to questions, as you talk about political courage, your two countries are also an example of countries that joined in the wave of enlargement successfully. It is clear, certainly in Brussels, that the Commission is working on plans and ideas on how to deal with the accession of Ukraine, and that this accession is not going to be a standard accession. Ukraine will not follow the path that the other members did to join. There's talk about membership light. There's talk about accelerated fast track. Yesterday, President Zelensky said there needs to be a specific date. By 2027, Ukraine has to be technically ready, even though there's been no progress because of Hungary this year. And he said in the peace deal, I need a date. Is that something that you go, yes, we need a plan because Ukraine will join sooner and it will happen in the next 1 or 2 years, which no country has ever joined like this. Is that something that you're preparing your mindset for, and Europeans too?
Clearly, enlargement is always a geopolitical decision. I mean, we say it's a merit-based process, which it is. I mean, we also had to do a lot of reforms to join the European Union, but at the end, it was always the geopolitical picture that made us to make this decision. And this is also this time. I think we are, you know, taking it or maybe this is not right to say either everybody's in or everybody's out, because we can do, you know, small countries like Montenegro, Albania, we can move. They have been on the list for so long. And of course, Ukraine, for them, it is very important because this is what they are fighting for. Now, I think we need to also move fast in our decision-making processes if we want to change them, because it can't be that, you know, our candidate countries are doing their homework and then we say, oops, we are not ready, just wait there. So we really need to work on that. But I think my feeling is that the member states are not ready to give a concrete date. There's a lot of work to be done, but I think the priority, the urgent need to move and to show that Ukraine is part of Europe is there.
And President, same question to you, because the Ukrainian president said it very clearly yesterday to us in the press. We need a date in the peace deal, because if there's no specific date, Russia will block it either directly or they will use a third country to not get us in. So we need this date.
Well, first of all, I very much agree with almost all those arguments presented by Kaya, because yes, we understand that we need Ukraine in the European Union, also for the reasons I said. It's not only about the traditional...
With a date.
That's one. And number two, yes, when I was talking with many of heads of state and government in the European Union, I kind of feeling that at this point, as we speak today, here in Munich in February, there is no readiness to accept a date. From our perspective, yes, we want to see Ukraine as soon as possible part of EU. But then EU has always been very creative when it's in real need. And we can find a formula that would probably suit us, but then we also need to address two other issues. Then we need to look at Western Balkans, because here I agree, EU has lost all the credibility in that region. We have been promising so many things in return for reforms, for name change of North Macedonia, for instance. We have been promising membership for long. And if we talk about Ukraine, let's not forget also about Moldova, because yes, that's a small country, but if Ukraine comes in, we can't leave out Moldova out of this. So it's not only about Ukraine anymore, it's about probably the largest unification enlargement, but probably on different rules. And then, yes, indeed, we have to come back to a very serious discussion how the whole management decision-making structure of the European Union is going to look like. About dates. Like it or not, I think it's very much tied now to the peace deal. Is there going to be a peace deal or not? If, in all honesty, you ask me today, and we had also the panel yesterday, I don't see that Russia is going to move. And if Russia is not moving, then we are not going to have a deal. I very much applaud the efforts of President Trump, of European leaders, of President Zelensky, but now the ball is in Russian court. If Russia is not moving, then we have to decide, if it's not moving, if there is a country at war, what we do about European enlargement. So can we provide today a specific date? As 27, no. If it's up to me, I would work much to try to find a solution. But I understand President Zelensky, and I think that his appeal needs to be heard at the European Council.
So if you say Russia's not moving, what we should understand is that you say by 2027 is more likely the war is still ongoing, that Ukraine joins?
Frankly, I can't imagine at this point that we are going to have a deal in 2026. If I'm wrong, I will be gladly admitting that everywhere, to all interviews here. If I'm invited back to Munich next year, if I'm wrong, I'm glad. But I don't see any signs that Russians want to sign a deal that is, frankly, even if we think about Ukraine, that it's not going to be very just, but for Russians, to some extent, it may be disaster. If that's the case, we have, if we have a peace deal, then yes, we need to have a date. But then we have another dilemma, and that's why Europe is not at the table. We are talking about European decisions, and that's a completely different discussion.
Just as a final word, I know, of course, by allusion...
We don't argue with geography and with airplanes, right? Let me just say that the focus on Ukraine is the right focus. And what we have been saying, pressure to Russia, if it doesn't continue, we fail. Support to Ukraine, if we don't continue and strengthen in certain areas, our deterrence will be weakened. What all our intelligence reports are saying, what all of our political analyses are saying, is that Russia will become even more of a danger after the war ends. You look at their military production, you look at their military reconstitution, all this sends the message that this concept that Russia's foreign policy is about expansion is standard. And this is why the investment in our defense, and this is why investment in our production very much, will continue to be the priority. And here you are absolutely right. We need to say that defense spending and defense production is increasing across the board. Support to Ukraine, we also need more burden sharing when it comes to support to Ukraine. And these are all issues that require implementation and action, but we will stick to the same words and the same three priorities. And forgive me.
Thank you very much. And I know you must go, so please a round of applause to Madam Sekerinska. Thank you very much.
I think I'm on the same plane.
We're on the same plane. Okay. Exactly. So we need to also deal with the logistics, but we are going to open the floor for questions. So if you have a question to address to them, please, now it's the time with microphone. Yes, of course.
Hello, my name is Terry Reinke. I'm a member of the European Parliament. Mr. President, you just made it look a little bit as if we first need to do the enlargement procedure and then we can talk about reforms. But isn't it actually the other way around? Isn't it that in the European Union we urgently need to reform the treaties in order to make enlargement more tangible and more reachable at the moment? And now you're going to tell me, yeah, but it's very difficult to find unanimity on any kind of reform for the treaties at the moment. Well, there is an election coming up in Hungary, not so quite soon. Isn't there a window of opportunity after that to actually speak about what we can do in order to reform the treaties and make enlargement more possible? And wouldn't it be on the member states to come up with a tangible plan? Speaking as a parliamentarian, we have worked on, after the conference on the future of Europe, on making proposals. We have so far not really gotten a credible reply from the Council. So wouldn't it be on the member states to come up with a plan, because we urgently need to be ready to act as a European Union, and for that we need to reform how we work today.
Well, thank you very much. You know, I would caution that both Olympic Games or any championships and elections sometimes produce very unexpected results. Let's not jump ahead of the curve. Let's not assume something that only voters in each of our countries can decide.
And Orban said yesterday, my job is still not done.
No, that applies to all democratic countries. We have election process and you have sometimes surprises. So let's wait till things happen and let's see how they happen. That's number one. Number two, frankly, I do not believe that we can right now open treaty negotiations that most probably are not going to close for many different reasons. You outlined one country, but then across the board you are going to get very different interests. Where I see a room, and I was then in General Affairs Council when we were studying all the proposals and we're talking about the ideas, that most of things can be done, and here I agree very much with Kaja Kallas, most of things can be done within existing legal framework of the European Union. The problem sometimes is that for that or another reason, we simply don't want to push too far. You remember that famous European Council meeting where a leader went out to drink a coffee and he came back, a decision was made and it was done. So from that point of view, I would say...
Now the court says should not have been paid also.
Yeah, well, that's how we work. But frankly, where I agree with you that also for those countries that want to join the EU, it would be only fair to understand how the model is working. And if you have not 27, but let's say 30 plus countries, if everyone who is the candidate at one point becomes EU member state, then probably we are coming to a serious discussion. But I'm very realistic. First, I can't see, and I know the European Parliament's position, but I can't see how at this point, where we have also elections coming in France next year, we also have elections coming in Poland next year, we have some other elections. 13 elections, thank you. And if we put that already in the complicated situation, I'm a rather cautious politician, always have been. I think we would lose everything. And I would very much agree with my great friend who actually comes from Estonia, now in a European job, that we can do a lot of things without opening treaties, number one. Number two, let's do those things without putting those great slogans that not all people like Federal Europe or something. But we can achieve much more. And we sometimes do that without much fuss.
Well, thank you so much. The schedule is tight for the two of them, so perhaps we have time for two final questions, briefly if possible, and then we'll come to an end. Thank you. The gentleman here, and then yes.
Yes, Michael Gahler, also member of the European Parliament and the Ukraine rapporteur. I mean, this debate about this date for Ukraine for a membership that comes, of course, from the dire need to have, with a whatever ceasefire or other deal, to have a credible security guarantee. And my question then is, I mean, that is a bit thinking out of the box, and it is reflected in some of these reflections. I wouldn't even say public discussions, but reflections ongoing, saying, well, perhaps we might, so to say, make them a member, but activate only this chapter, which contains the 42.7. Is that, it would also require, of course, unanimity, and perhaps this leader who went for coffee is voted out in 2 months and can have his coffee at home. But my question is that a thinkable option, or is it still, rather than, because we will not get unanimity, a relevant coalition of the willing who would apply, in a way, in kind, a 42.7 guarantee?
Okay, very quickly, and then if I'm a Ukrainian and I ask you, okay, and what's in it for me? I'll be protecting Europe, I'll have my army, and so what's the benefit of being there and not getting all what EU is offering? If I'm President Zelensky, I'm not speaking on his behalf, I would reject that, and I think that Ukrainian people would reject that. Yeah, but when? And then you need still a clear plan, and then you have all the issues. Now, I would say that this needs to be a very creative thinking where we already have committed a lot of money, and that's where Europe can be proud of itself. Let's not bash ourselves where we should not. And we have done much more than one could imagine just a day before Russia invaded Ukraine. I was then seeing that thing happening. But I would say that we need to find then how we rebuild Ukraine's economy, how we help them to restructure their management, and they need also to have a kind of decision-making power also at the table.
And perhaps now time for a final question. Yes.
Thank you. My name is Karsten Friis. I'm at the Norwegian Institute of International Affairs. So this is about agency, and the problem for Europe has always been that we have all these investments and initiatives and spend money, but we don't manage to channel it into political agency. That's why we're not at the table when it comes to Ukraine, in my view. But now we're seeing it is coffee break solutions, the A3s, the A5, the Weimars, and all that. But they indicate there's a weakness, isn't it, in the highest political level in Europe, how to do strategic decision-making. So my simple question is, do we need to make, for instance, the E3 permanent? Make the E3, for instance, or highest level political decision-making. Do we need a new political levels, permanent decision-making structure?
I agree with President here that there are tools in the treaties. We need the political courage to use them, and I have experienced this myself, saying that I have all these countries that are proposing how we can work, what kind of methods we can use, and then I say, fine, let's take this decision and use now the methods that we have agreed, or like you're proposing. Oh, but not this decision. So I think the urgency maybe is not there for everybody, or the understanding of the urgency. Now, we have 27 countries in Europe with 27 different historical backgrounds as well. Now, when it comes to Ukraine, I'm sorry, I honor my E3 colleagues very much, but if you think about 2014 and the agreements that were done, there was not really an understanding of Russia, and that's why it went wrong. Now, and coming to the question that we are not at the table, we are not at the table because the Russians really see that they get what they haven't achieved militarily. They hope that they get this diplomatically at the negotiation table, and Americans will deliver this to them. Now, we Europeans, we can't agree to these things. Now, there comes a point where also Russians understand that the things that they actually need or think that the Americans will deliver are dependent on Europe. So we shouldn't be the demandeurs that, take us to the table, but we should discuss what we want to achieve when we are at the table. And that's why I say we have seen a lot of concessions, a lot of pressure on Ukraine. And of course, it's easy because they are the weaker part. Why don't you just surrender and give them what they want and we will have peace? We already had that. And what we had more wars. So this is time where we have to respond to the maximalist demands that Russia is presenting, also with the demands on their side. Because if we want a sustainable peace, then we need concessions also from the Russian side. And the things that they need, lifting of the sanctions, I don't know, frozen assets, all this is European decision. If we don't, just agree to whatever America is negotiating, then, you need to talk to us.
And we have to end the session very soon, but to that extent, High Representative, there's all of this debate around this Russian envoy and even names that are being floated. But it seems to me the Europeans cannot even agree on the mandate for this envoy. Is this about going to the Kremlin and talking to Vladimir Putin? Is this the table? It seems there's a lot of piling up on things that already exist. There's already a top diplomat.
Yeah, that's why I propose to the member states, concrete, mandate, the asks that we would have to Russia. So whoever goes to that table, whether it's individually or like bilaterally, then they should also ask these things from the Russians. So it would be very clear that this, I bring you one example. We have a saying in Estonian that, if you demand a lot, you get little. If you demand little, you get nothing. And if you demand nothing, you pay on top. So
keep it in mind. President, just a final word perhaps on this as a conclusion to sum up.
On what? On
choose your, we've talked about this date for Ukraine, this Russian envoy, this very complex political structure. It seems ultimately to reflect the question of our guest. It's a question of just figuring out a structure, how to make decisions faster. Is it the two-speed Europe? Is it Mario Draghi? Something's got to give ultimately.
Okay, I think that to some point we need to understand that on many issues, we are much better than we sometimes critically think. That sometimes needs to be simply acknowledged. And we have been very efficient helping Ukraine. Yes, we have had discussions that we should do more, but we have been able to do that. We have been able to manage many financial crises and some other challenges. What we currently need is probably not so much, and here I agree with all the panelists who said, not so much listen to what other people outside of Europe think of us, but simply to work so that we become strong and credible negotiating partner. And another thing, there is temptation. Coming to your question about E3, as a German, I can understand. As a German, you can probably be happy about that. I'm coming from the small country, would say no. There are so many dangers, but where the point is that we have been always able to find solutions, and we have been always able to move when we understand sense of urgency, and I think that we understand this sense of urgency, and we will work out everything. It will be painful, it will create a lot of discussions, but I'm quite optimistic.
Well, thank you very much, and we have reached the end of the session. Thank you very much to President Rinkiewicz, and thank you very much to Madam Kaja Kallas. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program in the conference hall will continue at 10:30 a.m. with a panel discussion of all the single markets, from fragmentation to competitiveness. gentlemen, please start making your way back into the main conference hall. We'll commence in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back into the main conference hall now. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back into the conference hall now. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your final call. Please make your way back into the main conference hall for the next 1 hour. Jamil Andalini.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you so much for being here. My name is Jamil Andalini. I'm the Regional Director for Politico here in Europe, and I'll be your moderator for this next session. We're talking about all the single markets, whether we can see greater union, ever closer union in Europe, or more fragmentation. I moved to Brussels about 4 years ago, and my observation when I first arrived in the capital of Europe, in the heart of Europe, was that at any one time, Europe is both under these centripetal forces and centrifugal forces, both pulling apart and growing closer and closer together, all at the same time. I found it absolutely fascinating, and that has been my sort of scaffolding, intellectual scaffolding in the last 4 years that I've been living and working as a journalist and a media leader in Brussels. So we have today a really, truly brilliant panel, which is going to help us talk about this topic of fragmentation or closer and closer union. It couldn't be more timely. It couldn't be more important for the future of Europe, for the future of Ukraine, for the future of the transatlantic alliance, and in terms of Europe's place in the world, vis-a-vis the rising authoritarian countries and the, let's say, modifying world order that we're seeing at the moment. So to join me on the stage, I'd like to invite first Madame Christine Lagarde, who is obviously the head of the European Central Bank, very well known to everybody, I'm sure. I'd like to invite the Prime Minister of Estonia, Kristen Michal, please, sir. I'd like to invite the Minister for Digital and State Transformation, Carsten Wilberger. Please, sir. And my good friend, author, intellectual, academic, Anu Bradford, author of The Brussels Effect, to join us, and professor at Columbia University. Hi, Anna. So as I mentioned, in my reading of things, we have both the pulling apart forces, things like Brexit, things like Hungary, other countries that are sort of, and frankly, perhaps the United States, forces that are driving Europe apart, that are trying to force the Union to collapse, break apart. And at the same time, we have these forces that are also pulling Europe ever closer together. Things like the war in Ukraine, things like the, I would say, the COVID crisis, the pandemic. And these forces are working together simultaneously. And one of the jobs of a journalist in Brussels who's trying to sort of tell everyone what's really going on is to understand which is in the ascendant and which is in recession. So I want to ask the panel, just very briefly to begin with, what would you say? Are we in the moment of ever closer union, things pulling together, Europe becoming more federal, if you like, or are we seeing at the moment a period of more disintegration? Maybe I'll start with the Estonian Prime Minister, sir.
Yes, thank you. Good day, everybody. To be honest, we have both of them in Europe because we just had European Council, and I would say that different crises, security, economic situation and everything is saying that we should be closer together. We need better cooperation. We need things much more simple than today, but at the same time we can see that there's a lot of parties and a lot of politicians taking lead in this kind of your own country, your own site first politics. So we have both, and it's not clear which one will win. But right now, I would say that we will come out of this crisis, for example, of the security situation stronger than we used to. Because if I look at the coalition of willing, Europe acting together behind backing up Ukraine, to be honest, this team is much more impressive than it was a year ago. We are stronger, not weaker. But it's still up to us how it will go.
Thank you so much. Madame Lagarde, you obviously run the European Central Bank, which is a model, an example, a sort of symbol of ever closer union, monetary union. But would you say, from your perspective, you've been a politician, you've been run a multilateral organization, do you think Europe is in a centrifugal or centripetal period?
I would say two things, Jamil, and thank you very much for having us. Good morning to all of you and for still being here on a Sunday morning. It's brilliant. I would say two things. First of all, if you read Jean Monnet, if you read Schuman, if you read the Founding Fathers, they all say the same thing. Europe grows in times of crisis. Europe is stronger, gets better together in times of crisis. You've mentioned two crises. I would add a third one, which is the kick in the butt that we all received as a result of President Trump's change of attitude towards Europe. And I'm not being dismissive, I'm just saying this is what is happening at the moment, and it does bring the leaders of Europe, the policymakers, much closer together. That needs to continue. Point number one. Point number two, markets do not always get it wrong. And if I look at the amount of money that is being invested by the venture capitalists in particular at the moment, in those key sectors where price-earning ratios, where price-to-book value is massively increasing, the money is coming.
I think that's a very, very important point. I meet with the heads of some of the world's largest hedge funds relatively often, and it's fascinating for me to hear how bullish they are on the euro, on the markets. But can I push you a little bit, since you've brought it up as a topic, what else does Europe need to do to ensure that we here in this wonderful continent can attract more capital? Because it is just a fact that so much European capital goes to America, gets invested in public markets, sometimes in private markets, and a lot of that capital then gets recycled back through the private equity funds or the venture capital funds back into Europe, which then those companies, those innovative, very innovative companies, end up then listing on American stock markets. So I was talking to a central banker in Europe, and they suggested what we need is a tax on capital trying to leave Europe towards America. But tell me, what else do we need to do?
Tell me who this guy is.
Might not be a guy. I don't want to be, we shouldn't be sexist. Might not be a guy.
Central banker in Europe, it has to be a guy, unfortunately. I like them all, and don't get me wrong. So 3 points. One is, as I said, innovation is really up and coming, and the VCs are seeing it clearly. Second, there is diffusion. When there is a very good study that is done annually by the European Investment Bank, 37% of companies in Europe are adopting AI and Gen AI in their production process. Exactly the same, actually a little more, a tad more than the US companies in terms of diffusion and adoption. And the third one is that the domestic market is waking up. If I look at growth last year, it was only 1.5%, but it was all consumption and investment. Export was a negative contributor. Now, to your point, should we have a tax? Should we have an incentive? I'm more in favor of the incentive, not of the tax. That's my view. I think it works better. I think when you want to attract money in, you don't want to lock it in. You want to attract it inwards. And I'm not going to mention the infamous CMU, Capital Market Union, but I can see policymakers, you and all your colleagues, now being a bit serious about it and saying saving, investment union, pension fund that are operating in a different way from what they are at the moment, common supervision, and a few other things, including securitization. This is coming in 2026. So it's not something that we dream about, that we talk about, have been talking about for 10 years. It is coming in 26.
You're saying that 2026 we will see the Savings and Investment Union, which is the rebrand of the Capital Markets Union.
Yeah, you're right. Not all of it, because it's a staggered approach, and you need to make sure that supervision is much better harmonized. How they go about it is to be determined, but it's on the checklist of things to do in 2026. The second one is transformation of the pension financing. with a much more hybrid system to make sure that the money is actually in and invested in Europe, and securitization, which is something that the banks have been longing for, that will also be on the list of the 26 success. So I'll come back in 27 to let you know.
You heard it first here, and I'll see you on the stage next year, and I'll hold you to that. You wanted to jump in very quickly.
Yeah, very quickly. I absolutely do agree with Madame Lagarde that you cannot put the border to the capital because it's like a river. I come from a small country and I know that if you want to keep the best brains, best technologies inside, you have to have these kind of conditions that everybody stays there. And that's why European tech companies are better off in US and Asia, because it's much simpler, less rules, everything works much better and faster. That is European problem, not too few taxes. That is not the problem. We need simple, more digital environment. That helps.
Minister, back to my opening question. Would you say that Europe is in a phase of growing closer together, more European Union, or more national sovereignty at the state level, member state level?
Well, thanks first of all for having us, and good morning, everyone. I'm more on the positive side. So I think...
What's positive? Depends on your perspective.
No,
positive ever closer union or fragmentation?
Obviously closer union. I'd like to understand which member state believes in this geopolitical situation where scale matters, where speed matters, can play a role of significance in this world without being united. The things I think with Europe is we're approaching this very much again from the defensive side. There's pressure coming, and that's important, that's a good force. But we should also turn the conversation into the offensive side. We have so much to offer. And my view is the biggest risk is we've overdone it with regulation. We've overdone it, we ask too much of politics. And politics assumes way too much. We need to really cut down and give the creative forces in our country much more space, the companies, the entrepreneurs. And we have to liberate that. And we need to focus on what governments and also Europe should focus on. We can't regulate everything. Once we see that momentum and growth coming from that, I think the sentiment will also change. And the gap at the moment between what we want to do and what we're actually executing, that's the problem. And it's all about execution at the end of the day. It's not about what we want, should do, must do. Let's just do it. And let's not take a target picture that is so big that we can't execute, but let's really get moving. So I'm more on the positive side, and I see that momentum. And I think if you look at the leadership across Europe, including our Chancellor Merz and others, that I think gives me real hope.
Anu, you are from Finland originally, but you've lived more than half your life in America. Your husband, your children are American. You have a unique perspective, and I'm really interested to hear from you whether to answer this question. Is Europe breaking apart more or growing closer together at the moment, from your perspective in New York?
So I would say that the more Europe is de-risking externally, the more it needs to integrate internally. And that message is now being internalized in European capitals, it's being internalized in Brussels. So there is an understanding that we need more scale. And so I am very optimistic that we are pursuing a greater integration and taking the benefits of that integration. Obviously, there are Eurosceptic parties, there are constraints that many national leaders have, so most likely we will be seeing the coalitions of the willing, enhanced cooperation, some ways that we don't have the least willing member to set the speed for integration.
One of the hottest discussions in Brussels right now, if you can call any discussion in Brussels hot, but the hottest discussion right now over the last few days is this idea of a multi-speed European Union. The idea that in order to deal with the challenges of the world today, that we have to move away from total consensus building at the EU level, and we have to move to, let's say, core countries and then the outer countries. I like the way that my Prime Minister, I live in Belgium, so the separatist Prime Minister of Belgium, Flemish nationalist Prime Minister of Belgium, Bart de Wever, he describes it as the onion model. So you have the core of the onion, maybe the Benelux and a couple of others, and then layers of the onion going out. So another way to think of it, multi-speed or onion. Do you think that's, given where we are today, given the challenges and the pace of challenges that are coming, do the panelists, do you think that's the way forward? Some countries move ahead, others take their time, and there's opt-out, optionality for, so moving really the whole model of the EU away from this consensus.
Good question, but I would answer with the question, how many onions will there be? Because, for example, in defense, we will have Baltics, Nordics, Germany, Poland, maybe UK from outside Norway. This will be like defense onion. Sorry if I didn't mention any other country, but in technology, it probably will be once again certain Nordic countries, maybe Germany, so on. This will be technology onion. So in finances, different onions. So how many onions? So good luck with that onion.
We're maybe stretching the analogy slightly, but I hear
yeah,
what
okay,
you're
sorry. I didn't want to overstretch it, but...
I'm getting hungry, by the way.
Yeah, okay, how many? But I would say that Europe is much better off being together. Even though we are different, this makes us stronger. Sometimes it's like with the human, you have to go certain elements through because, to be honest, everybody in Europe right now is waiting for certain elections. And I mentioned elections in Europe for the enlargement and for the different processes. So I would say that that makes us stronger, not weaker, that we are different, because our decision-making mechanisms are getting better, and I hope they won't go to, for example, like enhanced cooperation or Article 7, but this is not ruled out. So I ask again, how many onions should there be?
There you go. Madame Lagarde, what's your...
Tempting to go for the onion soup, but in a way it doesn't matter. But what matters a lot is that the leaders know that it is possible, and public opinion understands that it is possible. Look at what happened with the 90 billion loans that was decided by the leaders. Was that unanimous? No. 3 member states specifically were carved out for the purpose of this loan, but they could do it. So it's not an impediment, it's not a constraint, it's something that is preferable, you're right, but you can get away from it. If it doesn't work, well, 24 still works, and they can borrow and go to the market with the 90 billion loans that all those 24 feel very strongly about. So the fact that you can go for qualified majority, the fact that you can build coalition of the willing, I mean, the legal aspects will be taken over by the lawyers. I think I'm a lawyer, I'm a reformed lawyer myself. Sometimes you have to move them a little bit to the side and let the political drive actually take the lead, but it is doable. Can I say a word about European preference? Because I'm just a bit concerned about that one. I think that it's an area where the policymakers must talk to the private sector. And they must understand, whether the European preference will actually work for them to be as efficient as possible while keeping security as high as is necessary. And if you, we are in this wonderful setting at the Munich Security Conference. You can talk to the militaries, you can talk to the people in the defense sector. Many of them will tell you that, yes, it's fine, but the preference perimeter must be large enough to have the best technology brought into the equipment that they make. And you can define your perimeter on the basis of the good partners and the real friends and exclude those that are not in that category.
Thank you. What is your sense of this moving to a more multi-speed or onion model?
I do understand why we're having this discussion and also the intellectual question. It's a means to an end. We're discussing the means. But what's the end? Does it mean which decision gets taken after that? Or is it just process? And why I'm saying this is, if the only way, what we need is speed in decision making. If that's the only way to make the right decisions, let's discuss it, but let's also agree what comes after that. Because what can happen is, just in this conversation, we're debating this for 1 year, and what else gets decided? Nothing happens. So is that the top priority? And just to give you one example, I'm absolutely with what Ms. Lagarde has said on Buy European. My personal view is, this is a very delicate territory. The best approach to support Buy European is give room for innovation in Europe. Give room for innovation. And the question is every policy making, has it an important element in it? Does this serve innovation? Does it make us better in producing own products? Get it to the market. That makes us competitive, that delivers growth, that makes Europe more attractive. That, I think, is one of the key questions we have, and that will solve Buy European. Not only will we buy European, others will buy European, because we will have the best products. And we have to catch up in so many areas, be it software, AI, and we don't have the time anymore. So I'm sitting here really worried what is going on. That's why I say, if we talk about change in governance, structures, process, okay, what is it that we want to use that for?
So I'm going to throw it back to you, actually, Minister, a little bit. I heard last night, I think it was IBM, I was in a discussion about digital sovereignty, fascinating topic, and IBM gave these statistics that said 80% of the tech stack in Europe, according to their estimates, comes from the US and China. So I hear what you're saying, and you now run a ministry that's brand new, less than a year old. I would like to hear from you. What is your plan?
Well, we're on it, and we're working at it, and it of course is a process that takes time. So I'll give you a few examples. We are absolutely in the process of having RFPs out for cloud infrastructure, and we've changed the criteria. Where does this data sit? Who owns the software stack? How deep does it go? Who owns the encryption? Who runs the technology, etc.? And there are very encouraging signs where we have capable companies in Germany, in France, and other markets that we will support. The state has not played the role as a strategic customer, and we're changing this. This is one big area. If I look at compute capacity that we have been building, in the past months, we have actually celebrated massive investments, opened already fantastic compute capacities, facilities. We're just not talking about it enough. And so do we do that in other parts of Europe. We have actually fantastic unicorns in Europe. We have companies that can build foundational models on the generative side with pictures, motion pictures, like Black Forest Labs and others. We have robotics companies. Innovation also comes from the grassroots. So there is so much on the way where we play a very different role, and that gives me hope. Does that mean there is still a long gap to fill? Absolutely, but the only way to do is to get started and use the talent. And there is still so much innovation in all this space required. And let's be clear, we have absolute fantastic talents. Look at how many Europeans are in leading positions in tech companies in the US. Where were they educated? And we want to bring them back. Some of them are back, and the times has never been better for this. So just doing the role I'm doing is worth fighting for this, and that gives me actually a lot of energy.
Great. Can I give you the feedback of a user? So at the European Central Bank and with all the national central banks around Europe, we're doing exactly the same thing. We've identified the list of criteria that actually give us control over the key data that we're moving a lot of data around with central banks. We are not going to have a hyperscaler of the size and the capacity as the big hyperscalers that are all American at the moment. But it doesn't mean to say that the hyperscalers have access to all your data. And we are purchasers. We have purchasing power. If we are together, all the national central banks, all the regulators based in Frankfurt, suddenly the hyperscalers in Redmond and other places say, oh, we need to change our structure. We need to have European partners. And you are right, Minister, there are fantastic partners that they can work with. So it's not a question of saying, you know, none of those guys, but how much access do they have? Do they need to be the custodian of all our data? Should they all be in the hands of a magistrate that suddenly decides that data have to be cut off or repatriated? Probably not. And this is doable.
Thank you. Very quickly, I want to...
Very quickly. There's one other aspect which sometimes gets lost in the translation in the discussion. There are also models where, say, hyperscalers these days deploy very sovereign structures in Europe. What means sovereign? Data safe, there is no switch to switch it off, and it's run by Europeans. And that is technology transfer. We get better through this. And we should also have the capacity to be pragmatic and practical in this. So the world is not just black and white. There are many colors. And we should use many of those, but with a clear compass, with a clear ambition for also own innovation.
Thank you. Anu, I'm going to ask the original question, but I'm also, so what do you think of this idea of the onion or multi-speed model? But also, I know that, first of all, you wrote a book, Digital Empires, I think it's called, also another book on this topic of who's going to win in the technological race in this current environment. And also, I wanted to push you and ask you a bit about deregulation, because it is a buzzword. In Brussels, apparently they're banned from using the word deregulation, but they use the euphemism simplification. And on this stage, and not this stage, but stages, I've tried to push European commissioners to trick them into saying deregulation, and they won't. They literally will not say the word, which I find hilarious. But please, Anu, tell those three questions. Thank you.
So on the first one, I am pragmatist, I am for flexibility, so I think there is a solution to our urgency deficit that we need to be prepared, and as President Lagarde said, at least to know that there's an option, that we cannot be held hostage by those who are not supportive of those goals. But I think for the bigger question on deregulation simplification, I think it's very difficult to be against simplification. I think nobody's defending bureaucracy for the sake of bureaucracy. But what I fear is that we are fighting a wrong battle in many ways. What is holding the Europeans back is not that we are protecting digital rights. It's not the GDPR that explains why those tech giants are not coming from Europe, why they are coming from the US. I think there is a much bigger battle that we would need to be laser focused on. And that is, we already talked about the capital markets. About 5% of the global venture capital is in Europe, about 40% in China, 50% in the United States. That is a much more important issue to solve. The second issue, the integration of the single market. There was a really wonderful study from the European Central Bank that was quantifying the existing barriers to trade inside Europe. And it shows that if you attach them to tariff equivalence, there are around 60% tariff for trading goods in Europe, about 100% for trade in services. So while we're very worried about Trump's trade barriers, those are our barriers. We have erected them. We have failed to dismantle them. That ought to be our priority. Otherwise, the European tech companies cannot scale in Europe. Then Minister mentioned, and I think that was a really important point, global talent. The United States has been spectacularly successful in attracting the global talent to the US. And if you look at over $1 billion startups in the US, over 50% of them have an immigrant founder. Again, it is not because they don't have a federal privacy law that they are so successful. It is because the US has been the destination for that talent. And if I can add one more, the European legal barriers and attitudes to risk-taking. We have some of the most punitive bankruptcy laws in the world. And that really deters risk-taking, because entrepreneurs, if you try to do something really difficult, innovate at the edge of the technological frontier, yes, sometimes you fail. But then you need to be given the second chance. There shouldn't be such legal consequences that are so severe or a cultural stigma associated with failure. This is something, again, that I observe Americans embrace a very different attitude. So I think if we now distract ourselves by fighting over how much we are deregulating, we are missing the real battle, which is really to build those fundamental pillars of the tech ecosystem.
Thank you very much, Anu. So now I'm going to open it up to the floor for questions. I would really appreciate if you can ask a question, not make a statement, please, or an advertisement. Thank you. We have somebody over here. Thank you.
Hi, Terry Reinke. I'm a member of the European Parliament, and following up on what you just said, I would make maybe the observation, I've been in the Parliament now for 11 years, and when we talk about the finalization of the single market, I always hear from member states in an abstract sentiment that it's great, but when we actually talk about doing something, then suddenly all these doubts come about. So my point would be, isn't the problem that we are dealing with in the European Union right now not that we have too much regulation, but that we have too many directives. Too many directives that are being translated in completely different ways in 27 member states that make it indeed impossible for companies to do business across the European Union. So would you be ready, now we want to finalize the European single market, would you be ready in fields like energy, in fields like the Capital Markets Union to actually go ahead and also fight in your own member states if there are doubts or if there are problems to get this through, because we need to finalize the single market. This is the most, I think it's an unsharpened diamond that we have in Europe. We are not using it enough, so we have to work on this. And will you be ready to also fight for this in your respective member states?
Shall I ask the Prime Minister of Estonia to answer?
Absolutely, we are fighting for that every day, probably. But I have a couple of points to that. First of all, usually when the Stats talks about one market, it's Enrico Letta and Mario Draghi had different reports, and Letta's idea is already one market, not even single market. But when you start to talk about it, usually everybody says, oh, that's a good idea. That's a very good idea. And then they say, but let's have this regulation like ours, and this is not good, and so on. And as you asked, you have to fight for it every day, to be honest. But I would add a couple of points also that for Estonia, we have 100% of digital services, not maybe 99%. You can get divorced and married in Estonia online. With the marriage, you have to show up. But, you know, we have very good infrastructure. Startups like to be there and so on, but we're a small country. And when you scale up, you look for the countries which have less rules. Europe has too many rules, also in digital market and so on. So it's still about regulating something we don't know. Because, for example, we started an Estonian AI, this kind of ecosystem, with guys from Skype, Bolt, and you know these companies. This year, 1/3 of our kids already use AI in school curricula. In 3 years, everybody will be using it. I don't know, will it be an like electric bike, you just pedal, go faster, but you can use it, not to be shy about it. But if we want to scale this up, will it happen in Europe right now? I would doubt it, because we have too many rules. You can have different experiments done in Asia, in the United States, so everything should be much more simple here, much more simple. We don't have the lack of capital, to be honest. I would say that. Yeah, but not with the barriers. No.
There's a gentleman at the back there, and then I'll come to you.
Do you mind if I address
sure,
this? So resounding yes to what you just said, and I think it's time to remove the gold. What do I mean by that? Nothing to do with gold. But the gold plating that we see in all these directives is unbelievable. So it's going to require courage to remove as much of it. But regulations, yes, by all means, more than directives. Can I just follow up? Thank you for quoting the ECB research paper on these internal barriers that we impose on ourselves. I think in terms of trend, that's where we need to go, remove as much of it. I don't think that we will remove all of it, because there are national preferences, cultural preferences. I'm not sure that I would regard cheese from other member states as the same level as my French cheese. So this is something that exists, and that
always comes back to French cheese.
Yeah,
That's the EU. It's what it's all about.
You started with the onions. You need a bit of cheese for that.
Thank you. We have a question.
Thank you. My name is Liam Byrne. I'm the chairman of the Business and Trade Committee in the House of Commons. So can I just push the panel on how we accelerate the scale-up finance that we need in Europe? I think the Cookies-Neuer report gave us a really nice analysis of how we actually have an abundance of long-term savings in Europe. We have an abundance of innovation. We have a real shortage of scale-up finance. And I think we owe a debt to the Cookies-Neuer team for setting out some practical examples of how we fix that problem in Europe. I think we've got to be slightly careful that we don't end up with a made in Europe response for scale-up finance. Actually, I think for the Remainers and pro-Europeans amongst us in the UK, we can see some real advantages to combining those ideas with a UK track too. But I'm sure there is a wider play there by mobilizing long-term savings across the European space, and indeed those markets that share our values, in order to really accelerate the scale-up finance that we're going to need. So I'd be interested in practical ideas on that, but I guess I'm also interested in how do we actually work this through together as policymakers over the course of the next 9 to 12 months.
Minister, do you want to tackle that one?
Well, I think obviously we have to tap into the long-term savings in Europe and find a way. I think the discussions that I'm witnessing are, for the first time, at least it feels to me, promising. Secondly, I think the key element, and that could be short-term, that we give stronger signals to attract simply more capital. Too much in Europe at the moment is public funded and it doesn't leverage the private money sector. And that brings me back to regulation. Let me be very clear. I don't advocate, would ever advocate for laissez-faire. We have values, and that's a key differentiator. But policymakers need to make the effort from an abstract level to then go down to the painstaking details of what the machine produces. And there is a real disconnect. So when I say, oh, that directive is intentionally very good, I agree. Then let's go through the 100 pages and let's listen to the people who have to execute on it. And every single company that I meet, every single startup, every investor tells me, coming from the details, where the problem lies. If we bring it back to the abstract level, we all agree and there is no need. But the reality is that, I'll give you one example. One of the most important applications, I would say, that serves humanity in AI is actually medicine. And our GDPR at the moment makes it so hard for companies. Data that is anonymous. We can't use here. Companies have told me, now I've gone to the US, where they train the models there and the technology is developed there. Where's the competitive advantage? Nothing can happen, and we have other laws that forbid the abuse of that. So let's move from abstract to practicality. And whilst I have a lot of time to say we agree in principle, but we lost the plot in terms of when it comes to execution, notwithstanding the fact that we have so many directives, so many acts that offers so much, creates so much confusion in the community. And I think our customers at the end of the day are the citizens, are the voters, and also the companies, because they also vote. And we should listen to them. And I think there is a disconnect. That's why I say one of the elements is if we cut down on the red tape that is really standing in the way, we will see capital flow in much, much more. We will then have much more leverage to accelerate the discussion how we can actually also tap into European capital, which hopefully will also flow in and will be used, because a lot of capital is flowing elsewhere, and that should stay here in Europe. But that's why I advocate values are important. Regulation is not per se bad, but the way we've done it, we've overdone it, and that's why I advocate very much for a big change in Brussels, and including the member states, because gold plating needs to also stop there.
Thank you very much. There's a gentleman here. If we could get him the microphone. Dankeschön.
Thank you very much. My name is Ümit Kayan. I work for the German software company SAP. And we don't create bureaucracy for the sake of bureaucracy, but bureaucracy has a strong agency, and we invented this on this continent. So how do we balance? Every time we face a problem in Europe, we come up with the first idea that we come up with, create another bureaucracy. So how do we give the agency back to the decision makers, dear Minister, because you mentioned speed and decision making. And how do we face this dilemma? Thank you.
If I only had the answer to how to actually do it, but I think we have to be honest. There are different views where a lot of people, also in Brussels, in member countries, think we know the answer and we have to tell everyone. And I think the creative potential of people, based on the right values, they can unleash so much potential. So the new government, or 9 months in office, the government in Germany is really changing that we say we want to have much more freedom for innovation, for companies to come up with the right things. Obviously, we need to test products, they have to be safe, and they should be based on values. And I think the new technology, there will be a lot of demand if we do it the European way. But let's give way to innovation and give much more power back to the creative forces that we have in our countries. And we are not doing ourselves a favor because politics, there's too much demand on politics. We can't fulfill that given the speed. So it will be a question of survival, in my view, for also the democratic system. We have to balance what politics can do and what I think the market should solve.
So the Prime Minister Anu and Madame Lagarde all would like to follow up.
Okay. I would suggest we change the order of things. In economy, there's a proverb saying that what works, don't touch it. So maybe we should try this way that if it works, we at first don't regulate it, because if you start regulating something that is starting to grow, for sure, it won't grow. That's quite clear. In Estonia, we have also this kind of program with entrepreneurs. I don't know how it's in Germany, but we have this kind of program with entrepreneurs that our Chamber of Commerce, Employees Union, and so on, they themselves are responsible for cutting red tape and getting rid of bureaucracy. And it's working well, to be honest. We have had in 1 year more than 700 proposals. Most of them are already calculated. Some of them are in Parliament. Some of them are sent to European Commission. So if the client is responsible also for getting rid of the red tape, it also works. So 2 things. Change the order of things and get the client involved.
Thank you. Anu, you wanted to...
So I don't think 27 bureaucracies is better than 1 bureaucracy. So I completely agree with this idea that regulations are often better than directives. What we also need, that we need the Commission that really assumes the role that should be its role, which is that it's a guardian of the treaties. And it goes after the member states that are infringing their obligations, that are erecting new barriers. Because many of those barriers that the European Central Bank also identified, they are national governments, national bureaucracies, imposing their own rules on the top of some European rules. And what we've seen, really interestingly, since 2004, a massive decline in those infringement proceedings, which are the Commission cases against the member states that are an impediment to the single market. So we need to reinvigorate also the Commission's role to enforce the European rules so that we can have the single market that is a smooth and seamless for companies to do business in.
So to your question, I think that, and it's well known, turkeys don't vote for Christmas. Hence, if you need a radical change, you don't ask the bureaucrats in the national member states or in Europe, and I respect all of them, you don't ask them to reduce the volume because it's their added value. That's what they regard as added value. Second, you have to change the incentives. They are talented, competent people, but change the incentives so that they don't feel good because they bring to their commissioner a new proposal, a new text, something that will eventually have the name of the commissioner attached to it. That's the wrong approach. You know, there was a very good, excellent commissioner, an Italian gentleman, who said to me, you know, one way to reduce by half the regulation coming out of Brussels is have 1 out of 2 commissioners' meetings removed. You will divide by 50%. I think he was overstretching it, but the incentives are in the wrong place at the moment. The same happens at the national level.
We're basically out of time, and I'm going to seize my privilege and prerogative as the moderator to ask you, Madame Lagarde, your term comes to an end officially, or should come to an end officially, in October 2027. And I'm interested whether you're planning to move to Paris next from Frankfurt, to Geneva, or to Brussels. And what I mean by that is, are you going to run for the presidency of France? Are you going to run the World Economic Forum? Or are you going to be the Council President of the EU?
I'll check where my grandchildren are located, and then I'll decide.
I was hoping to make a headline, obviously, but you're too well trained for that. So thank you very much to my amazing panel. Thank you all to the audience. Thank you to the Munich Security Conference. We look forward to seeing you again next year. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program in the main conference hall will continue at 11:30 a.m. with the panel discussion, The European Dreams, Defending Core Values Under Pressure. Ladies and gentlemen, the program in the main conference hall will continue at 11:30 a.m. with the panel discussion, The European Dreams, Defending and gentlemen, please take your seats in the main conference hall. Ladies and gentlemen, we kindly ask you to take your seats in the main conference hall now. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your final call. We'll now be closing the doors to the main conference hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way into the main conference hall now. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats in the main conference hall now. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the Professor of the Practice at Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies, Natalie Tomczyk.
So good morning, ladies and gentlemen, for this panel on European values, the European dream, or perhaps the European dreams, as we see in the title, under threat. Now, Europe, as we know, has a history, and it is no stranger to ideas and ideologies, some would say perhaps even values, of nationalism, of fascism, of colonialism. And yet Europe, in the post-war period, chose to define itself in opposition to that past. It chose to define itself on the basis of liberal values, of democracy, of human rights, of the rule of law, of multilateralism, of European integration. And so in this conversation, what we really want to be zooming into is what values exactly are we talking about, who are they being challenged by, and what should we do about this? Now, in order to discuss all this, please join me in welcoming on stage the Prime Minister of Croatia, Andrej Plenković, the Minister of Finance and Chair Designate of the Munich Security Council, Jens Stoltenberg. Jens, please. The Shadow Foreign Secretary of the United Kingdom, Priti Patel, please, welcome. And the Chairwoman of the Greens here in Germany, Franziska Brandner. Franziska, please. So when the the Munich Security Council asked me to moderate this panel, I didn't quite think that this theme was going to be such a central theme in this conference. And actually, it turned out to be. And what we heard many European leaders indeed talk about European values, about the European way of life. They made references indeed to democracy, to rights, to law. And yet we also heard another conception of Western values, of European values, really rooted in cultural tradition and heritage, in religion, and in history. And we heard this obviously particularly by Secretary of State Marco Rubio yesterday, referring to the West in general, obviously including Europe. So let me begin in order to try and make sense with all of you, about all of this, with you, Prime Minister, and ask you, how do you interpret European values? What are we actually talking about here?
First of all, good day, and thank you, Natalie. Good day to the fellow panelists as well. Thanks to the MSC for another invitation. I think that the issue of the European values, the identity that sort of bonds us together, is a critical question in shaping, let's say, this new world order, which was the main topic of yesterday in the debates here. Coming from a political party whose political philosophy is center-right, the European People's Party, I think that there are a few main values which I'd like to underscore here. The first one is democracy. That is something that bonds all the European nations today. That's why we are the part of the world which is free with the values that we all share. Second is, of course, the rule of law, something that is the predominant value for all of us. The third one is the protection of human rights, which is critical to everything we do, and the equality among all our peoples and citizens. And of course, coming from center-right, of course, we appreciate a lot our Christian roots. This is something that is, when you ask me as a leader of the party, a prime minister for 10 years, these four pillars are what we stand for. And also the important element which Europe has is the stance towards international relations. I think our main position is the cooperative approach. The current world order basically is burdened by two approaches. Democracies, who have the cooperative approach to international relations, and authoritarian regimes that critically and unfortunately apply the conflictual approach. This is the main difference, and this is where the problems of the world arise today. So from that respect, these are the main values that we share, that I implement in a concept I call modern sovereignty in Croatia, which means strengthening the international position of the country in all possible ways, institutional, political, economic, geo-economic, strategic, energy-wise, which in turn strengthens the good and the well-being of my citizens, my nation, Croats, and of course all the economic operators in the country. So if you manage to succeed in delivering in that mix, you make a leap forward for your society.
Jens, Minister Stoltenberg, let me turn to you. I mean, here, Prime Minister Plenković essentially mentioned, in a sense, both, if you like, liberal values as well as values that are indeed more rooted in culture and religion, as he was mentioning. Do you actually feel that there is a tension between these things?
Yes, to some extent, but I think that these are tensions we absolutely can live with. I think that one thing that makes Europe great is that we have different views, we have different opinions, we have different religions, we have different cultures, and we have been able to live together. And of course, there are problems, there are tensions, but fundamentally, I believe in that kind of diverse society that we all represent. And you also referred to our history in your introduction. We have not always been liberal. We have also done a lot of big mistakes. But let's
things.
Yes, but let's now focus on the good values and the good things, and accept that with these differences, Europe has achieved a lot of things. So that's a good thing. I think that in a way, the challenge for us now is that we are to some extent also mixing the issue of whether we can have different values, disagreements related to values, but at the same time realize that we have common interests. And I think that if you look at, for instance, NATO's history, there have been differences and also different values, at least different arguments on how to uphold those values and whether all allies and all countries were able to uphold them. But we have always been able to unite around the core responsibility to protect each other. So yes, the more we can agree on values, the better. But fundamentally, what really matters when it comes to security is that we are realizing that we have a common interest to protect and defend each other. And sometimes these issues are mixed. And of course, there is a relationship between values and interest. But I think the history of NATO and its friends demonstrates that there can be actually quite serious differences on values, but still we're able to rally around our common interests.
So here, basically, what Jens Stoltenberg is saying is that diversity and the management of that diversity is actually a key component in the sense of the values that we stand for. Now, this, Priti Patel, also brings us close to this very difficult debate that we're having, for instance, over migration, where on the one hand, indeed, there is this issue of the respect for diversity and the celebration of diversity, and yet on the other hand, we are also hearing, again, going back to some of the things that we were hearing yesterday, that we need to be very careful about cancel culture and about the threat of mass migration. So again, how would you sort of fit these things together?
Well, first of all, I think we can do that, and we have to address the world as we find it, rather than looking backwards all the time to go forwards. And just on the point of values, before I come on to the migration issue, we actually have to fight for our values and stand up for our values, and that's incumbent upon people like me, politicians in particular. They're elected to represent our communities, our societies, our country. And we have to actually inform people as to why our values matter now, but also to future generations. And I say that as someone that was a teenager when I saw the Berlin Wall come down, and I think about the level of complacency that has really dominated our political culture and politics over recent decades. I've been in Parliament, by the way, for 10 years, so I guess I'm part of that too. But I've always been very steadfast and strident in what I stand for and my beliefs. Now, on the issue of migration, I actually have a few strong views about this because I am a former Home Secretary and I was deeply criticised during my time for being too tough in terms of my policies, legislations, the approach that I tried to take forward on deterring illegal migrants to come to our country, and what that would also mean in terms of, guess what, public opinion and what they think about governments and how competent governments are perceived on delivering on fundamental issues like stronger borders, safer communities. We do have to tackle these issues, and we do have solutions to these challenges, and we as politicians should not shy away from them. There's a massive public debate in the United Kingdom, yet again, about all of this, but this time about legal and illegal migration. Now, in my view, strong politicians should not shy away from proposing policies, putting forward ideas, being propositional. And the one thing I would say on this, I did a bit of work in this area, as you can tell, is that we work with our allies on many of these issues too, because it's not just one country that suffers from these problems. It's a shared issue. So I spent a lot of time as Home Secretary actually trying to speak to European counterparts and allies saying, look, this will be a problem that's going to come to your territory even sooner, open borders, etc. So we have to be propositional and work together and find solutions. So I don't think this is about the cultural, it's too lazy and easy to sort of blame cultural anomalies and things of that nature. I think we have to be grown-up, mature politicians, be propositional and find solutions to these big challenges that confront us now and today. And that's how we win back and reclaim the values agenda that has defined the success and prosperity of our countries a generation.
Franziska, essentially what we're hearing here is that, we can walk and chew gum at the same time. Yes, there may be tensions, but these tensions between these different interpretations of values are actually manageable. Could I ask you perhaps, and I suppose yours is going to be a slightly more critical view on all of this, do you actually see contradictions between these things that are not reconcilable?
When I talk about values, I'm very traditional, because for me, our values are rooted in enlightenment. And enlightenment has a long history. It is about reason, about science, about dignity, about freedom of religion. It's about every human being having equal rights, independent of how she or he looks like. And I fundamentally believe that these values are still holding truth today. I don't know if you know the citation by Elisabeth Badinter, a French philosopher. She said, enlightenment is not a period in history, it's a project. And I think it's the European project. And it used to be, and I still hope it is, also an American project, a universalist project about enlightenment. But let me also be clear, it's not about abstract values, but about very concrete individual freedoms. It's the freedom today of Ukrainians not to be bombed by Putin. It's the freedom of our citizens to make a choice without algorithmic manipulation. It's the trust in the system that elections will depend on the will of the people and not of the wealth of oligarchs. And that's what it's today about. It's very concrete. It's not abstract. But our values, for me, are very traditional and very enshrined in our history. There were terrible times we had in between. I don't want to go back there. And for me, it's not a trend, dignity, human dignity. It's really a promise worth fighting for.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now, this actually leads me to the second set of issues that I wanted to discuss, which is precisely, if these values are being threatened, who are they being threatened by? And I think there are different possible explanations to all of this. One, which actually we've discussed very little in this conference, the Spanish Prime Minister made several references to this, but very few actually then pick this up, is actually they are being threatened by our own inconsistencies, by our own hypocrisies, by our own double standards. It is us, basically, that are threatening those values. And this, I think, Jens, and I wanted to turn to you on this. This kind of brings us to our broader relationship with the, let's call it, so-called Global South. Is there an element about us restoring our credibility and reputation in the eyes of others in order to actually live up to our own values?
Yes, if you now are asking me about whether we should not, as I said, demonstrate double standards, but apply those values in all conflicts and all situations, the answer is yes. And I think that one of the challenges we have seen is, for instance, the conflict in the Middle East compared to Ukraine. There are huge differences, but it is about sovereignty and respecting international law. And therefore, my own country, Norway, we have been very clear, of course, in condemning Russia's invasion of Ukraine and supporting Ukraine. But we have also been very clear that Israel is responsible for illegal occupation of the West Bank and Gaza. Again, two very different situations, but it undermines our credibility that we believe in these values if we are not clear when international law is violated, regardless of where it is violated and by whom. So then the answer is yes. Then I think that, of course, any double standard weakens the credibility of our values. And we need to be honest about ourselves, because I think we all have demonstrated that we are not always consistent, also my own country. But I think we must not forget that the most urgent, as I say, challenge to the values of freedom and democracy is what we see now on the front lines in Ukraine. There's no doubt that Ukraine has to prevail. The military support to Ukraine is so obviously the right thing to do for everyone that believes in democracy and freedom. So I'm not against the more advanced discussion about what we are not doing perfectly ourselves, but it should not overshadow the obvious and urgent need to stand up where really the front line is so clear as it is in Ukraine today.
And I think actually sort of emphasizing what you just said there, to an extent, there always has been and there always will be inconsistencies. But the worst possible way of addressing those inconsistencies is getting rid of standards altogether, which is the risk that one runs into. Franziska, turning to you, there is a second possible answer to who is actually threatening these values, and to use an expression used on the stage 1 year ago, but interpreting in a radically different sense, it is the enemy from within. It is anti-democratic forces in Europe which are actually threatening those values, that are raising the specter of returning not to the past that you were referring to, the past of enlightenment, but to a very dark past in European history. So is that what we should be worrying about?
I think it's almost impossible to distinguish or to separate completely outside and inside, because we see how well they do cooperate. You know, those who are traveling to see Putin are the ones in Germany internally threatening our democracy. And these are the links I think we have to talk about, that even if they call themselves an alternative for Germany, they're not patriots, they're not fighting for us, they're going to the Kremlin, which we're, you know, are not. So I think, you know, we have to see how they work together and how they have joint goals of destroying liberal democracies, and that we have to make sure that the rule of the majority doesn't turn into the tyranny of majority. And that's, I think, a lot what it's about. And we see also how it works together and is amplified by the digital platforms and how their algorithms are used to, you know, tear us apart, and how they make lies travel faster than the truth. And that's why I think we have, you know, several challenges. And then we have homegrown challenges, like, you know, making sure a state is functioning well, making sure education is working well, health is working well. So I think there, you know, it's always multifaceted, but we must make the connections between inside and outside.
And Priti, turning to you on this, and perhaps a third possible answer, which is actually the opposite answer, is indeed, well, yeah, I mean, we may actually have a problem in Europe in terms of restricting free speech and, you know, having gone too far down the woke route. Is that a threat to European values?
Well, I think first of all, I don't think anyone here will be surprised by my views on this, but, you know, we just don't subscribe to, you know, trying to be all things to all people, quite frankly. It's a lose-lose situation, and it's compromising. You know, as a politician, I always say, if you sit on the fence, you know, it's quite a painful proposition. You know, you need clarity. And at a time, as I said earlier on, we live in a contested world. We have our own challenges in all our countries when it comes to what I see as subversion to our democracy and our democratic processes and what is going on in our politics. You know, I want the right values to prevail, and we have to defend them. We've got to fight for them. We've got to be advocates and articulate the case for them. And that now cuts across absolutely everything. So inevitably, you know, we focus here at MSc on defense and security. We can speak for hours about that. But also, what about our kids? What about the next generation? How do we, you know, build the right pathways for them? So social media, in my country, we've got active discussions about bans for, you know, if you're under 16, access to social media. I have schools in my own constituency and across our country. You go to school, at secondary school, they'll take away your mobile phone. You get them when the bell rings at the end of the day. You know, this is about being responsible. And
right, just to clarify, so you're in favour or against this?
No, so I'm supportive of that. Okay, okay. But that is, but let me make my point. That's not encroaching upon free speech or things of that nature. That is about the values that we believe in and how we safeguard them, how we make them relevant to the lives that we live, and also the responsibilities that we should all be taking. And, you know, coming back to, I mean, you can use the woke word, describe it in whatever way you wish, but we do have too much, I think. I'm seeing it in my own country right now, but across other countries as well. And, you know, I think Secretary Rubio mentioned this as well. When you go down the route of trying to socialize every single facet of life, it does come with consequences. You know, when government's too big, when you got, you know, what we describe back home as a nanny state, trying to dictate and all this kind of stuff, it then compromises values, individual responsibility, some of the determinations and the choices we should be making. And, you know, we believe in the freedom to succeed, you know, and how we can empower individuals to do the right thing and live their lives accordingly.
Prime Minister Andrej, let me turn to you here. And, of course, a fourth possible answer is, and Franziska and Jens, and in fact all of previous panelists actually mentioned this, is they are being threatened from outside. They're being threatened from outside, be it the threat, the obvious, in a sense, threat from Russia, or maybe from some also across the Atlantic. So there are a number of actors that are indeed trying to undermine what those values are. So is there a threat from outside? And perhaps above all, what should we do about it?
My analysis is that the most important political event that somehow swept across Europe happened 10 years ago. And that was the unprecedented migratory crisis. The 2015-16 migratory crisis changed political scenery across Europe. It had an impact on every single member state. In some of them faster, in some of them maybe with a sort of delayed effect, but it had an impact on strengthening the political parties who were, let's say, on the poles of the political spectrum. The mainstream parties had to react. Everybody gradually became more restrictive vis-à-vis migration. If nobody does it, then the people who fear the change of society, change of security, change of new type of streets in front of them, they wouldn't get any support of the voters. So I think we are still in the age where we are living on a daily basis the consequences of that event, including in the country where we are today. My second point is the incredibly fast advance of technology. I have 3 small kids. Their biggest enemy, and me being the villain in the house, is how to take away technology from their hands. The amount of,
almost everyone in this room,
in my view, wasted time on completely unnecessary content is something that everybody who has minor kids understands. I think this is becoming a crucial problem of how this will impact those who are very young today, what will be their Weltanschauung in 15, 20 years, having been fed so early with so many strange and unnecessary information. The third element is the external influence on our societies. We have seen it, it's not a novel thing. The impact first through the classical media, through opinion makers, through commentators, through analysts, specialists, then through internet sources, unreliable websites. I will tell you, I was a diplomat 21 years ago who changed posts from Brussels to Paris 3 months before the referendum in France on the constitutional treaty. For me, that was the most eye-opening moment, I was 35 at the time, to understand how the false information campaign can impact the society of a country who at the time had one of their most intellectually respected presidents in the history, which was Giscard d'Estaing, who was, if you remember, chairing the Convention on the Future of Europe, the Turtle, made the treaty. The debate where every single politician in France at least wrote a booklet, if not a book, about Europe. And then 15 million French votes against something that the French benefited the most until that moment. And that was another turning point for Europe. After that, the Dutch were the worst in terms of results. And the glue that was connecting Europe from the founding states' point of view was never as strong as it was before. And we still see consequences of these events. So, in my view, the external influence on the democratic process, wherever it comes from, it's present. We can be very sure it will be even stronger in the future than it is today. And that is where our democratic resilience is a test that we all have to endure and deliver upon and be the voice of truth, facts, reason, our own political platforms, whether we believe in similar projects from one way or another, left or right or center. But this is the huge task and a very difficult task, because the young generation, they don't watch television, they don't listen to the radio, nobody buys papers, nobody buys weekly. This is my first question when we have the youth events. In a crowd like this, who buys the papers? One or two. What do you buy? The Gazzetta dello Sport, because I play volleyball, so I want to see how I did well. And that is everywhere applicable. I mean, it's not only my country, it's everywhere like that. So I think we need to adapt to a mindset of the information being fed to the future leaders, businessmen, voters, workers, whoever it is. Their mindset is completely different than for those who grew up without internet. And in my view, this is the biggest, I wouldn't say a threat, but a challenge that we have to work upon.
You wanted to come on this.
You know, I very much believe, as you just said, Prime Minister, that it's about destroying truth. And as Hannah Arendt had said, the best subject of totalitarian forces is the person who can no longer differentiate between truth and fiction. It's the basis for fascism. And I think we have to see that this is what's happening now with lies, and I don't call them fake news anymore because they're lies. I'm like, you don't teach your child, don't use fake news. You tell them, don't lie. So we should speak the truth again about what is happening. And we see that this is fueled by the tech brothers who make money out of it. I'm like, it's a business model. But it has a value behind it. And I think, you know, we as Europeans, we have given ourselves laws to make those actors respect our own, you know, laws that we have in an analog world, and we don't implement them strongly enough. And this is what Trump every time is saying, do not implement these laws. And I think we as Europeans have one responsibility, which is very important for the future of our democracy, is to implement these laws and not to be afraid of Trump.
So I think this is actually a good moment to open this up, and as is tradition here at the Munich Security Conference, the first word goes to a Munich young leader. So let me turn to Marina Penciu-Capranu from the permanent representative of Romania to NATO. Please, Marina. Mic here, please. Second row.
Thank you for this honor. First, I would just like to say I'm really honored to be here as a Munich young leader together with my colleagues. As for the question I would like to address, I would like to touch upon the threats from within you were mentioning, and pinpoint to another elephant that has been in our living room for a while now. That is the fact that we have been taking values such as democracy, peace, security for granted for a long time now, not just by my generation who was born in peaceful times, but for many of us. So with this in mind, and also the overall impact of the war in Ukraine, I was interested to know which are the pillars on which you think Europe's promise for the future should be based. Thank you.
Jens, let me perhaps turn to you with that question.
Well, in one way, I think we have addressed that from the beginning of this panel. And of course, for all of us who believe in the liberal democratic values, it is about the rule of law, it is about democracy, it is about the freedom of press. And of course, part of freedom of press and free expression is also then to fight fake news or lies and to implement the regulations we need to protect information and protect the truth. So I think for at least this panel, that's quite easy. We all agree on that. The more difficult issue is when we see that not all friends and allies and countries agree exactly on how to live up to those standards. And then I think that the different institutions we have, the European Union, NATO, the Munich Security Conference, there are many different platforms. We should perhaps be more honest and more transparent and more direct in criticizing friends when we see that they don't live up to those values in the way at least some of us believe are the right ways to live up to those values. And I think that there are many aspects, but one extremely important aspect is to defend a free and independent press. I have been in politics, I have possessed power since for decades, and sometimes I think it's very annoying to have journalists looking into what I'm doing and asking me the difficult questions, but I realize that the day that stops, then we are really on a dangerous path. So even if they are a bit annoying, I'm heavily in favor of critical journalists asking the difficult questions, because the alternative is really a dangerous path. So these are the difficult issues. How do we ensure that we have a free and independent press? How do we fight the fake news or the lies? To agree to those values is the easiest thing. To do it in praxis, it's a more difficult challenge.
Thank you. I have a question here on the third row.
Lisa Yasko, member of the Parliament of Ukraine. I'm very happy that this discussion is happening about European dream, because I always had an impression that in Ukraine we talk about this so much more than in most of the countries in Europe. And I'm very happy that this panel is devoted to that. Recently, I personally see very big shift in existential identity of Europe, when Europe is not taking only as economic union, but more than that. So my question is, how do you see the idea of Europe of the future, and what kind of soft power, because we definitely need hard power with security for peace and everything, but what would be that soft power that really can be promoted on behalf of every country? Because just, for instance, supporting independent media is great, but there is also a danger when the state is supporting everything. Sometimes you actually can support also some things that may promote terrorism in the end of the day. So you have to be very careful. So where is that line, and what the soft power can be used for the idea of Europe of the future?
So what exactly should we be supporting? Priti, do you want to take this? And maybe
I'll give some views and some thoughts, because I began my remarks earlier on by saying, we have to look at the world that we live in right now and make ourselves match fit and fit for the future. And I have to say, the endurance of Ukraine, what your country and your people are experiencing, should really make us all stand up and really come forward to be champions of the shared values and the norms that we all fundamentally believe. And I think we are doing that. You mentioned hard power. Clearly that is there. We know it's not enough right now. But on the soft power front, and I come from a country that's always been there in terms of soft power. It's not just a cultural nice to do things, but actually it's how you build capacity in countries, defend democracy, hard power and soft power. We can do that through many of our institutions, our initiatives, our joint collaborations. And I genuinely believe, I think we're slipping back on that. And that's exactly where the axis of authoritarian countries then come in. That's how they work to subvert democracy through the internet, through the cyber attacks, all those types of things. we're quite good, if I may say so, across European countries in terms of building capacity, knowledge, skills. That's an investment. That's not a nice to do. And I think, to be quite candid, I see this in my own country. It's being stripped back, it's being forgotten. I've been involved in that in the past. That's where we need to bring our cooperation together and really bolster that.
Yeah, first of all, allow me to say that I want to thank all Ukrainians who are fighting for their freedom, but also for our freedom. And I really, you know, it is, I feel, whenever I'm, you know, in Ukraine, I feel very European and I feel remembered about what Europe is about. And I call on all who are in the room who have capacity to defend Europe and Ukraine better, you know, fight the shadow fleet better, help in air defense. We really have an interest to fight in the first line for our freedom. And when you talk about, you know, what Europe's soft power is, yes, we need more hard power. By the way, I have been arguing for this for many years, Natalie, you know that. When it still was called I'm an anti-transatlanticist, I was like, no, it goes hand in hand. The Americans will only respect us if we are strong, and they ask us to be stronger militarily. But on the soft power side, I think we need to invest in technologies. We really need to be much more attractive, faster, more innovative, make those forces in Europe. We have such wonderful people, allow them, you know, to thrive, to come out with their best ideas, show that democracy delivers better for citizens than totalitarian rule. We have to prove this. And I think this is the most formidable soft power we can have, is to prove this, that lives of every single citizen will be better in a democratic system. And it's not, we're not living up to this every day, but we really have to. And I also believe that we have this soft power of showing that unity works. Europe united can work, that we can defend ourselves better if we work together. And that's also a soft power against those who just say it's about zero-sum interests. Either you lose, you win. There's no merit in working together. And I think that is also an idea that Europe stands for, that you can all win by working together.
Andrew, you wanted to say something on this?
Just a few comments as a friend of Ukraine, and thank you very much for this comment, first of all, and the appreciation that over the past 4 years and next week or the week after, we will witness the 4th anniversary of incredible resistance of Ukraine to Russia's aggression, and you managed to fend off accusations of Nazification, Ukraine that needs the Nazification, accusation of not having a proper identity, meaning who are Ukrainians, using the other name 4 years ago, remember, and basically putting back the European security order to pre-1997. This is the key element of Putin's aggressive policy against Ukraine. But you mentioned of Europe today, whether it's a soft power or are we talking about the values. I think there is a very vivid debate about all of it, but there is also a very much experienced, grown understanding that the European Union, which was forged, I would say, as an economic integration project, but through law, which is critical. The law is the main glue that puts us all together, and that entails values of how we see our society being regulated, is now so clearly strengthening its capabilities when it comes to defense, that this is a different organization compared to what it was, let's say, 10, 15, 20 years ago, with Solana security strategy. I think it was in 2003, you remember it well. We've gone, I don't know, not 7 miles, but 777 miles ahead. And
7,000 to go still.
Yes, but and one main point where the soft power of the EU is essential, that is the implementation of the most important value, which we haven't mentioned today, and this is about the values, this is the generally Christian, but also societal value of solidarity. Solidarity is everywhere, in every single European Union policy, in budget, in agriculture, in cohesion, in regional development, in external policies, in helping Ukraine. It's absolutely everywhere. In my experience, it is perhaps the most important value that brings us together. Otherwise, the whole concept would have been long ago dismantled. This is the strength that we have and that Ukraine shares. And a lot of respect to you, and congratulations to the MSC for having awarded Ukrainian people the award last night.
So I have three very final questions. Titi, and then there were two questions here at the back. I'll take them all together, and then we'll have a final round of replies.
Thank you, Natalie. Great panel, very vital. It's crucial that we discuss values. My name is Tytti Tuppurainen. I'm from Finland. And what Prime Minister said in his initial words, the values that he listed, they are actually values that are treaty-based in the European Union. It is European law. These values are not a matter of opinion, they are not optional, but it's European legislation. And we have instruments even to enforce them. Conditionality, Article 7, and so on. Now, yesterday, we heard from Secretary Rubio that United States wants to embrace Europe with very different values. To me, it was a fatal embrace. They are values that Europe should, in my opinion, reject. So my question to this panel would be that, given that the transatlantic relationship is so important to current United States administration, as Rubio said, wouldn't it allow us to be a bit more assertive when defending our own values? Should we adopt a more values-based, more assertive values-based approach vis-à-vis United States? Thank you.
Great, thank you. And final question, actually only have time for one. Gentleman there at the end, yeah. Yeah. Oh, sorry, apologies.
My name is Nubar Fain, I'm from the United States, and this topic hasn't come up, but I heard about enlightenment and I heard about truth-based argumentation. I want to raise the topic as part of the values Europe can protect, the notion of science and the scientific method leading to science-based policies, which in my country are being completely undermined for the first time in my last 2 generations at least. So I'd like to ask, what can Europe do in the scientific establishment to fight back against the notion that opinion should be put up against fact, and going back to where authority or superstition can cause the populace to not know what to do with their health or their food or their climate issues, etc. So there just seems to be a total dearth of discussion on the scientific method and defending it, which should really have no borders. We're busy talking about defense, but we're not talking about the underlying engine of progress.
Great, thank you. And a very quick round of replies. Francisca, let me start with you.
Yeah, I very much agree. By the way, I'm very happy we have a lot of American scientists coming to my hometown, for example, Heidelberg, and helping us to work on Alzheimer on many things, because you have a health minister who believes in no science. And it will strengthen Europe, if I may say so. It's a pity for the US. But, you know, in order to, and I want to combine the two answers, we have to be more assertive. I said first, let's be more independent digitally, work on our own actors, and then implement our rules in the digital sphere. It's the #1 to protect truth and scientific order. Second, we have to be more defendant on the military side. We have been speaking about this all weekend. And third, I think we need to be more independent on fossil gas and oil and gas, also from the US. I don't want to wake up one morning and Trump saying to me, if you don't stop the digital laws, you will get only your LNG gas and 20% plus, or you will get half of the gas only. I don't want to be in that situation. So we have to work on our independence there too. And last point, I think we can only do this as Europeans if the strong access between France and Germany and Poland. And I've been worrying the last couple of weeks that I don't see that access working well. And there will be no future of Europe against France, against Poland, only with them together. And I think that's our job in Germany, to work on this.
Thank you.
So very briefly, let me just touch on the main point about values and assertiveness. I actually believe in sovereign states, and all of us are capable when it comes to whether it's a scientific base, a technology base, a defense base, for absolutely standing on our own 2 feet, but not in isolation, by working together in cooperation. And, you know, if I come back to Secretary Rubio's speech, he's also telling us to do more. And there is something about not always looking to Uncle Sam to sort of be the backstop. Now, I agree with that to a certain extent, but what we must do is ensure that we're not dependent. This is the crucial thing. And collectively, and on this stage and in this room at this conference, between us, we're capable of doing so much more. We really are. And actually being leaders, pioneers, innovators, you know, being at the front of the queue on so many things. And I think that's really where we need to concentrate our energies and not get sucked into this sort of like doom loop of regressive talk against each other's countries and nations.
Jens.
I've spent 10 years trying to keep North America and Europe together as Secretary General of NATO, and that's not always an easy task. And then on this issue of assertiveness, when we disagree with the United States, I think that it is important to act and speak in a way that try to keep this family together and also work with friends all over the world. But I think at the same time, as friends and as allies, we have to be very clear when some core values are threatened or challenged. And for instance, on Greenland, many European countries, Norway, said very clearly it is unacceptable to claim the territory of another country. And we said that to our strongest ally. And I think that was the right thing to do. So sometimes we have to be very clear, especially when these core values are challenged. And therefore, but it's not only about clarity and saying what we think, but it's also about finding a way to address the problem. And the good news now is that we are in a better place now than we just were a few weeks ago, because now there is actually an ongoing process between Greenland, Denmark, and the United States to address the issues that has been raised, and hopefully we'll find a way to sort it out and continue to be together in this big transatlantic family.
Great, thank you. Andre, final word.
Difficult to add Avenue of Fourth, something to what very smartly colleagues concluded, but just on the relationship with the United States. I think that after Davos and having analyzed the first day and then the second day and here the atmosphere, I think we are in a far better direction than we were before, which is a good point. And I think there is a lot of pragmatism and a good sense of solidarity among the EU member states on the core issues, just as Jens has said. And it's very clear in all our debates at the European Council, basically the solidarity is to the maximum. And I think we need to be assertive. I agree with this point about our values and our interests, to formulate them in a way which is, I would say, one of the best features of Europe, and that is in a respectful manner. Respectful manner. I think that the methodology, how we operate now in the changing world, is very important, how this generation shall be seen in the future. Assertive, but respectful, protecting what we stand for. And I think that gradually things will evolve in the direction that democracies prefer.
Well, I think this has been a wonderful conversation, and I really do think that this values discussion is at the core of really many of the things that we're talking about. And my big takeaway from this discussion is that values are central, but they're really part and parcel of respect and solidarity and cooperation and unity and independence. And it's only if we actually work on all of these things together that we can actually ensure that our values prevail. Thank you very much to all of you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated in the main conference hall. We'll get to the final session of this year's Munich Security Conference in just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated in the main conference hall. gentlemen, please join us in the main conference hall for the final panel of this year's Munich Security Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in the main conference hall now. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats in the main conference hall now. Ladies and gentlemen, I kindly ask you to take your seats in the main conference hall now. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the Vice Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of the Munich Security Conference, Benedikt Franke.
Hello everyone. Welcome to the very last session of this conference. Well done to you. You are the committed bunch. We love you in particular for sticking it out, and we'll keep your names on the invitee list, which, you know, I think is probably worth it. This is a long cherished tradition, particularly by my team, to wait until I haven't slept for 3 full days to put me on stage. So please bear with me. But I think that today's topic and my panelists will keep not just me, but all of us awake. Could I please ask on stage for wonderful women, could I have Yasamin Ansari? Fasiya Hassan, Yuan Yang, and Hannah Leopard. It seems like Hannah has brought a fan club along. Perfect. So what we're going to do in this session in the next 43 minutes and 36 seconds is to talk about the future of the world order. That should be easy enough. You've probably all read the brief, I guess. Let me just remind you of the guiding questions that we're going to use. What are the next generation's visions and ideas for the construction of a new world order? How can these be put into practice? What is the effect of perpetual crises on the next generation's trust in institutions? And what mechanisms are needed to ensure long-term thinking beyond electoral cycles? And how do current policy decisions, for instance on climate transitions, public debt and social welfare, affect intergenerational justice? How can it be ensured that those that will be most affected by these decisions have a say in them? These 4 young ladies make me really look like the old white men on this panel. But this morning was all dedicated to Europe and what Europe can do to counter the wrecking ball policies and politics that we see across the world. Now we're moving far beyond Europe not only in regional scope, but on a meta level. We are turning to the next generation. Yasmin, let me start with you. You are the youngest currently serving female member of the House. We love having you. And just give us a little idea, how did you get excited about politics at a very young age? And how can we get better at making sure that young people keep faith in democracy's ability to run things and rebuild this order? Should be on.
Everyone, oh, hello. Thank you so much for the question. Thank you so much for having me. It's an honor to be here. I actually first got interested in politics when I was in high school. And I grew up in Arizona, and I currently represent Phoenix, Arizona in the US House of Representatives. And I was 16 years old when Barack Obama was running for president against...
That makes me feel really old now, thank you.
Against our former senator, John McCain. And he obviously had a once-in-a-generation ability to inspire. But during that time period, is when I just jumped in. I started volunteering with our local Democratic Party, getting hyper involved as a 16-year-old, making calls, knocking on doors, getting volunteers to come out. And so got that first glimpse into politics then, but I did not decide to run for office until many years later after Donald Trump was first elected as president in 2016, and I was having an existential crisis of sorts, and decided, and I was working on climate policy on the UN Secretary General's climate team at the time. And when he pulled out of the Paris Climate Agreement, I decided to move back home to Arizona and run for the Phoenix City Council, where I felt I could make more of a local impact. So that's my story, but I think about this issue a lot, about young people. And I think young people in the United States already care deeply about foreign policy, but it's a matter of how foreign policy affects their lives on a day-to-day. Foreign policy looks like the impacts of the climate crisis. It looks like student debt. It looks like artificial intelligence taking jobs away and risking the future of work. It looks like endless wars and, their siblings or their parents or potentially them, having been impacted by those wars. And what we've seen in the United States over both political parties over the course of the last, several decades is not enough has been done to provide transformational change for young people. And so currently in the United States, first of all, the idea of buying a house is all but impossible. I'm almost 34 years old, and most people my age don't own homes.
I'm also almost 35 years old.
And housing is just entirely too expensive. Childcare is impossible. People are going to school but having a harder and harder time finding jobs. They're impacted by the climate crisis and artificial intelligence, and then they are questioning their leadership, and somebody like a Donald Trump in this moment was able to really capitalize on those hardships, capitalize on income inequality, and offer something different. And I think that now what we've seen from that has been the most corrupt and authoritarian administration in United States history. We have seen, more young people. There was a worry that young people were moving towards the right in the United States, and recent, polling and data shows that is not the case. And they have quickly, even the gains that Donald Trump and Republicans made have quickly gone in the other direction, because they have seen that this is an administration that is only focused on enriching the president and enriching their family. But it's about where we go from here. And I think for me and for my party, of course, the Democratic Party, I think we need to offer bold, big changes for the future, not incremental change, but transformational change. We need to have policies that will make housing more affordable, that will make childcare more affordable, that'll really re-engage us on climate policy worldwide. And I think it's, it's not just about rejoining the Paris Climate Accords anymore, but doing, 10 times more as the United States on climate policy, on creating partnerships on climate security, on regulating companies in the United States. I know there's been some talk about it this weekend, but one of our largest domestic challenges and why it's so difficult to make progress on policy in the United States is the role of big money in our political system. And right now you have the artificial intelligence companies with the biggest super PAC prepared for the 2026 election, so that anybody who dares to talk about AI regulation is immediately facing millions of dollars against them in a campaign. And that is driving a lot of the, I would say, skepticism of young people as well in the political system. So a lot of changes have to be made, but I am optimistic. I have so many, I see young people every day in my role. I have a young team. And this election cycle, I'm seeing more and more young people who have never even thought about politics come forward, want to volunteer, want to get involved, and I think they are going to make a massive difference in this election, but we can't think of them as just a demographic in an election. Policies need to be designed to deliver for young people in a big way like they never have before.
You remember how I said out there that I'm not going to ask follow-up questions after the first question? I was lying. Let me just very briefly pick up on one point that you've just said, and I hear it over and over again. We need to fix sort of concrete problems immediately. Talk me through the sequence of, fixing things like housing and the world order. Is it let's fix things at home first, and then later on when people are excited about the power of politics to deliver, we can then take care of the world order?
I don't think so. And one thing that I will say, this might be the only thing that I would admit that I have learned from Donald Trump, is this lack of hesitancy to do a lot of things at once and not even think about the consequences. And that is manifested in terrible ways. But where I'm trying to get to is that I think my party has had an issue where we just want to do everything perfectly with all of the data and all of the backing and all of the buy-in and all of the the debates for years on the nuances. And we don't need to do that. Like when I picture the next administration and a Democratic president, I think we need to immediately enact a wealth tax and make sure that we are able to pay for universal health care for everybody in the United States of America. We're able to create new programs to make home ownership a reality. We're able to create free childcare programs. And we can do all of that while at the same time recreating the new version of USAID and re-engaging diplomatically on the world stage by rejoining the Paris Climate Agreement and the World Health Organization and all of the many entities internationally that we've disengaged from, and create those in a way that's bigger and bolder and more rooted in the realities and challenges of the year 2027 or 8 or 29 than ever before. And we can do all of those things at the same time, and we don't need to be so fearful. I also think a lot about, one of our biggest challenges right now is around ICE, our domestic immigration enforcement mechanism, or historically what that has been. And we are seeing masked agents on American streets terrorizing people of all backgrounds, racially profiling people. As I'm sure everyone has seen, 2 US citizens were murdered in broad daylight by these federal agents. And that is, to me, that's foreign policy. If our domestic situation is one that people are fearful to travel to the United States, that immigrants from all over the world are trapped inside our detention centers, where I have been several times and the conditions are horrific, an absolute stain on the United States that I think will last for decades. That is an example of an agency that needs to be abolished immediately the next time there's a Democratic president. And we need to rethink what immigration enforcement looks like in the United States. It's going to take a lot of work to regain our credibility around the world, and I think that's justified. But I think that the next president has a real opportunity to show that government can work for people and that we can both deliver for people in the United States and be a credible partner around the world.
Thank you. Yes, come on. Let me turn to Fazia. Fazia is a member of parliament in the National Assembly of South Africa, and much more importantly, a member of our Women Parliamentarians program from last year. Thanks for being here this year. I think last year didn't work out for some reason in the last second. We love having you with us. And you've just made some good experiences at the sidelines of the G20 summit in, getting young people excited about global governance, getting young people engaged. Tell us more about that.
So as everybody would know, we hosted the G20 summit this year, or rather last year, and it was such an important G20. It was the first one that was held on the African continent, but it was also about, I think, cementing the role of the Global South in a really international community. And one of the things that we really pushed for was ensuring that youth representation and youth voices were centered. So apart from having what we call Y20, which is Youth 20, really an amalgamation of civil society, of different activists, etc., but even young people just on the ground being able to make their views heard. One of the things we insisted on was also a youth parliament as part of the Parliament 20. And one of those things that actually came out of it is the notion that for so long, we as young people have had basically our lives set out for us by decision makers who don't understand our lived experience. And unfortunately also don't quite realize that the decisions they're making, we will live with the consequences of it. And you mentioned it, right? Around the climate crisis, around this global insecurity, around all these different issues, and young people are so far removed from the decision-making table in that regard. So there's been a huge push to really include young people, but the reality of the matter is that we need to move beyond tokenism. And there are many young people in the room today. It's incredible to see, not only on the panel, but in the audience as well. And I think we're starting to see that shift, but the reality also is that until we have a meaningful place at the table with actual decision-making power, it's just still going to be tokenism. And 10, 15, 30 years from now, when we are on the other side of the table, we're going to, I think, lament that we didn't actually make space for young people. And that's something that I don't want any of us to look forward. And I want to end on this. We're seeing this sort of change in this global world order. And this is why I think the G20 was so important. We're pushing for a world that is no longer unipolar. In fact, I think that's changed. We're looking at a multipolar world. You're seeing different elements of power growing around the world. You're seeing BRICS. You're seeing, I think, rises in the global south. And until we catch up to that, we're going to look at a future and even a present in which even the Munich Security Conference would be a little bit surprised to see, well, all these new players are coming through. And I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done in that regard, because these conversations are happening here, but there's an entirely different conversation in the global south that's not being heard.
Thank you. Jan Young, you're a member of parliament from the UK's House of Commons, and again, not surprisingly, much more importantly, a member of our Women Parliamentarians program, this year's cohort. Welcome to the stage. You're a specialist on the economic aspects. Talk us through what economic challenges do to young people, what fear for jobs in terms of the AI revolution, stagnant wages, what does that do to people's fears and hopes and their readiness to engage in politics constructively, and their readiness to be also pulled to the dark side?
Thank you very much, Benedict, for having me. And I know that your hope was that having young people on the closing panel would give everyone a lift and some hopefulness for the rest of the day. But I'm going to make everyone feel really bad just for one moment. And that's because young people are more and more dispossessed, feel more and more dispossessed by the economic systems that they are living in. And to use an analogy from development economics, the ladder has been pulled and kicked away by those older generations who have wealth and therefore have a lot of power in the democracies around the world. To give an example of this, about 3.5 decades ago when I was born, around the richest half of the UK population, so the richest 50%, owned just under 60% of UK assets. And nowadays, it's the richest 10% that own that proportion of UK assets. So wealth inequality has really accelerated, particularly in the lifetimes of millennials and Gen Z, particularly since the financial crisis as a result of the economic management of those crises and what came after. Now, we can spend all day arguing about whether the monetary and fiscal policies of Western nations was the right one for that time, but I'm just pointing out one of the consequences of the consensus that was in place at the time in the 2010s. And as a result of this, I would argue, distrust in democracy tracks more and more with age. So across the world, according to the World Values Survey, younger people are more likely to feel that democracy is not a good system of governance. That's true in the UK, that's true in China, which is where I was a correspondent for the Financial Times before I became a journalist. That's true in the US, where 1/6 of young people think that military rule is a good or very good thing. And these things, I think, should really, really worry us all, and they really worry me as somebody who was born in a country without the right to democratic participation, who came to the UK as an immigrant with my parents when I was very little, and now as a result of a wonderful British education and the public's trust in me, speak on behalf of not just myself, but my constituents in Early and Woodley and Reading. But I do feel that what unites young people in China, who I reported on previously, and also the young people in my constituencies, they feel that the Western democratic capitalist settlement has failed them. And that leads them to look for more and more extreme solutions and leads them to be more interested in strongman rule and authoritarian traits. And I think that's something we should all be very concerned about.
Thank you. Yes. Last but not least, Hannah, who is a journalist from Belarus and thus is not a member of our Women Parliamentarians program. You see how I was told to advertise this repeatedly. I hope you've gotten the message. She's a member of our Munich Young Leaders program. Many of you are in the room. And she's been on top of our most wanted speakers list for a little while. Unfortunately, she's also on top of the most wanted list of the Belarusian KGB. She's been sentenced to 10 years of prison in absentia. We're thrilled that you're here with us well and free. Hannah, how do you influence politics from afar? How do you do that if you can't return home and use the traditional challenge of members of parliaments that you see here? How have you done that? How are you going to do it? And what is your advice to the far too many out there that have similar challenges?
Thank you so much. It's interesting how you shared the biography that the regime is writing for me, right? This wanted list, the KGB terrorist list. So, but obviously I'm a journalist and analyst from Belarus in exile. Can I share a secret first? And you are nodding, but that's actually going to be a secret about you, Benedict. So when we first met, you said that please be positive on a panel. And I will be positive, not because the CEO of the Munich Security Conference asked me to do so, but because
But very nicely. I asked very nicely.
Oh, of course. But because I am positive, and I'll stick to P words. So my first point that I would like to raise here is how we make the balance between, or how we solve the dilemma between power and influence. You are asking about me being in exile and how to influence the situation. So obviously many of you here live in your own countries, you are part of your own governments, and you sit at the decision-making tables, and you can influence the situation in your countries. But we are in exile. Does it mean that we don't have influence? I don't think so. Let me bring the example of Belarus here, and who could imagine that Belarus would be the hopeful example? But let me try to do so. As you know, Belarus is sandwiched between NATO, EU, and Russia, and the dictator of Belarus allowed Russian troops to attack Ukraine from the territory of my country. But what do we see when we look at people, at our society? The absolute majority of Belarusians is against any attempts to involve us in this invasion. They don't want Russian nukes to be stationed on the territory of Belarus. Why is this happening despite all the propaganda, despite all this influence, right, and power that the regime has? Partly because of the information, because of the incredible work of independent media. For decades, we've been feeding the independent information to Belarusians. We have also built the ecosystem of civil society in exile, so no NGO, no organization that was forced to leave the country became Polish, Lithuanian, Georgian. they are still working to reach out to people inside Belarus, and people listen to us. And we see the results of that. The regime was not able to send Belarusian troops to Ukraine. So that's one of the outcomes. And my advice here would be, Benedict, since you asked, is to move investment upstream to support not just states, but societies. And international institutions should also protect societies and not just states, because we keep talking about governments, dictators, and we don't focus on people. So that's the first P. My second P would be pressure. We discussed today pressure versus accountability during my program. And I believe that in order to also increase trust among young people, not only young people,
thank you.
Of course, it's important to be clear and transparent and not to appease dictators, because a short story, when I was 14, I was accepted to this high school in Belarus, and it was shut down by the regime. So I was searched when I was 15, 16, you know, before I turned even 18, I was detained. And it also taught me that dictators cannot be appeased and they cannot be reformed. And I really hope that we will believe in that, because if we need long-lasting peace in Ukraine, we should impose as much pressure as we can on Russia. And my question is obviously if we're able to do so, and I hope we are. And my last P would be about principles versus pragmatism. So 2 P's here. When I talk, you know, journalists, civil society, young woman, she talks about principles. She's like so naive. I don't think this is naive. I think this is actually pragmatic. I think that principles help us deliver and help us ensure that you know, the choices that we make, they're also consistent, long-lasting. And if you don't believe me, ask Poland or Czechia in the previous century, or ask Ukraine, Belarus, Moldova, Georgia in this century, right, or Armenia. So we should have principles, because they are pragmatic and they help us to deliver and have consistency and peace. Another P, by the way.
Perfect. Yet another P. Thank you, Anna. We have 10 minutes left for questions from the audience. I see first one back here.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm Dr. Inga Blum from International Physicians for the Prevention of Nuclear War. It's a great honor for me to ask you as young people about actually the greatest threat that there is for human survival at the moment. Scientists have set the doomsday clock to the highest stage ever, to midnight, which is 85 seconds to midnight. There are still 1,800 nuclear weapons between the United States and Russia on hair trigger alert, meaning that men like Putin or Trump could end all our lives just in an afternoon. Even a limited nuclear war in Europe would kill more than 100 million people in an instance, and in the 2 years after there would be over 2 billion people dying from the nuclear famine, because the soot would rise and it would block out the sunlight, and crops would just decrease. So this is a very urgent threat, and at the same time the international arms control regime is falling apart with the new START treaty just having ended. And I'm really worried that we are having those discussions about possible Eurobombs, which would further undermine the existing arms control treaty. That could well be the end of the non-proliferation treaty that Mr. Ischinger has mentioned on the first day. So my question to you is really, how can we come to risk reduction? And then what do you think about the proposition of the nuclear ban treaty? That is a treaty that has been negotiated in the United Nations by the non-nuclear weapon states. That is over 70% of the people in the world now who say that, well, we want to start, if nuclear weapon states don't disarm, then we want to unite and say that we don't want to live with this risk anymore, and we feel safer without any kind of nuclear umbrella. Yeah, so that would be my question.
Thank you. Very good, but slightly long question. Let's turn to you. Who wants to take this one from the panel? Yes, please, Yasmin.
I'll just touch on it and say I completely agree with you. Since my days back in college, I went to Stanford and studied international security studies, and several of my professors were folks who were leaders during the Cold War era, and hearing the description of how close we were to nuclear war then, and to think now, to your point, that we have rogue, dictator, authoritarian, like leaders in the United States and Russia and other parts of the world, and recent statements by our government about resuming testing, which has caused significant outrage in the United States and has actually caused a lot of Republicans, which is rare, to go and meet with the president and talk about this issue. So I share your concern. I've always been a supporter of nuclear zero, I believe it's called, to work towards a world sans nuclear weapons. And I think that is incumbent on the next generation to really keep pushing towards, because we did not live in that era. And so perhaps it's not, it's more of a hypothetical, but I think it's really important for everyone. So any pressure, I think, that can be exerted on the United States on this issue as well to tone down the rhetoric about, nuclear testing is vital.
Perfect. Do you want to take this one as well?
I just wanted to add something interesting that maybe hasn't been in the discussion before. So the South African former apartheid regime was actually a nuclear power. And it was a very interesting thing at the turn of democracy, in which we had to make decisions to unravel effectively the nuclear program. And we're also the only country on the African continent with the capabilities. And so I think there are lessons to be drawn from that, because there was a lot of pushback from the old guard who did not feel like it should happen. But there was also a lot of young and new thinking and innovation saying there might be benefits in terms of nuclear power, in terms of isotopes, etc. But the reality is we need to ensure that we don't have any nuclear capabilities. And I think from there, what I want to talk about is just around negotiations, the need for compromise, but also constitutionalism. And it seems like a mundane thing to talk about, but it's about basic human rights. And when we're looking at these discussions, we never ever look again to Global South examples of where we actually have successfully removed nuclear capabilities in other countries. And I thought I should just put that into the conversation as well. Thank you.
Shall we take a few more questions, or do you want to answer that one? Okay. Wow, now we're getting there. Let's go over here, please. You didn't only just stick around for the last session, you're also pretty engaged. Well done. It should be on.
Should be on, okay. Thank you so much for being here. My name is Jackie Munro. I'm the Opposition Minister for Science and Technology and the Environment in Australia, in the subnational government of, or Parliament of New South Wales. I'm curious about your engagement with non-traditional media, the way that you use social media and other communications means. You're all people who are links between less represented parts of society in government and in parliaments, and I think it's really critical that we understand exactly how we're speaking to new generations. So very curious about your experiences with that.
Yes, please.
So I think there can definitely be opportunities but also challenges, because the online sphere and the new media sphere is also not an equal sphere. And unfortunately, especially over the last year, I think one of the most common conversations among minority ethnic female MPs in our parliament has been around the huge amount of racist and sexist abuse that's now created online, often augmented with AI imagery. So I would definitely say that there is more opportunity to engage and to spread the message and to reach people in a much more informal way, in a much less hierarchical way. But the online public square also has its own internal hierarchies, and unfortunately, many of them benefit those who are willing to hide in anonymity and to use abuse as a way of silencing predominantly women. So I think it was really important that earlier last month, the UK government had this, took the fight to X and said, if you're going to carry on creating or giving people the ability to generate these deep fake images denuding women and girls and children on this platform, then we're not going to let that continue in our country. And there has been some climb down, there has been resistance. So I completely agree with von der Leyen yesterday when she talks about the need for digital sovereignty.
Hannah?
You knew that this is my topic, right? So you immediately pointed at me.
Social media is actually something that we have to rely a lot on in Belarus, because you imagine there the regime controls the media sphere, there is propaganda and there is censorship. Propaganda SP, by the way. But propaganda only works when it monopolizes the conversation, and it's not happening in Belarus exactly because the regime has never been able to control social media. It cannot control the internet. So we use everything what is available for us, and our 40+ independent media outlets in exile reaching to millions inside the country. And for example, on TikTok, one of the biggest outlets, Zerkalo, has 100 million views per month on just one platform. And Belarus is a country of 9 million, so you can imagine the outreach and you can imagine the popularity here. And very briefly on the nukes, because that's something that I know that you're pointing at the clock.
I wasn't pointing at all.
Very briefly, because I think that's also important, again, to mention this pressure that I mentioned in my initial remarks and how important this is. Russia announced the deployment of its Russian nuclear weapons on the territory of Belarus. We were not able to confirm that with our people's intelligence that is available for us. We were not able to really kind of track the nukes in Belarus, but I think Russia is using the territory of our country to threaten the West, and I think the EU should be looking at this really, really closely and impose, again, more pressure, more sanctions, and more punitive measures on the regime. And we are, on our side, connecting this to social media, are working with people's mentality and their views on the nukes, and they just don't want it to be present on the territory of our country.
Perfect, thank you. We'll do one last, very brief question. Yeah, please. And all my bosses are now in the room, so don't make me look bad by, you know.
On that note, I'm Melanie Wars. I'm a Member of Parliament in the UK. I'm a member of the Women Parliamentarians programme, and I was actually going to say, before you said that, thank you to you and Benedict very much and all your staff for the amazing Women Parliamentarians programme. It is really fantastic. One of the things I wanted to voice that I've heard a lot on the side events in this conference, which hasn't really come together as one, is the extent to which the battle to control women is part of the battle of the future of power in the world. And I think we see that in a whole range of ways, from what is happening in Iran to the fact that the Trump administration is funding numerous MAGA-friendly charities, but also those that seek to deny women their reproductive rights in this part of the world and elsewhere. And then we see in Sudan, we heard yesterday, the extent to which sexual violence against women and women's bodies are being used as part of that war. And it feels to me that that is a huge issue that is coming up. And I wonder what the panel might want to say about how you think we best fight back against that.
Thank you. Can we do this very quickly, each one who wants to? Shall we begin with you?
Sure. I mean, massive question. We had a great discussion last night. My heritage is Iranian, so the issue of the massacre in Iran is near and dear to my heart. In the U.S., there's a huge attempt, you know, by far-right groups, kind of connected to Christian nationalism, to really encourage, you know, women to have more children and return to this traditional life, et cetera. But honestly, I don't think most women are buying it, because in one breath, they want you to have more children. In another breath, there's no childcare to help you not work and have a child. And so the policies are just so hypocritical in that sense. It's, you know, it relies on all of us to, you know, there's attacks on voting rights right now as well. There's a bill in Congress where they want to make you bring an ID that matches your birth certificate in order to vote, which means that many married women who've changed their last names will be impacted, so trying to suppress women from voting. I think we have to fight back in every form that we have, you know, in Congress, in the courts, on the streets, and make sure that people understand, you know, the roots of these issues. And, you know, we're far from gender parity in Congress, but we're getting closer. There's more and more women running for office, and to the point of young people having a seat at the table. I always just encourage young people and women, you need to run for office. At the end of the day, being at the table, at the decision-making table, is the most impactful way to affect the policy, so.
Yeah, I think we also need to be very honest about the fact that those who are organizing are very well organized, are very well funded. And I've said this actually in platforms where we've been together, Melanie, where the reality is they've been working on this for more than 20 years. And they're actually starting to see the fruition of their work. And in some ways we are behind. Now that doesn't serve as a deterrent. In fact, it means we must redouble our efforts. And the reality also is that if we don't do it in our lifetimes as young women, we will have less rights. And if we have children or we plan to have children, your daughters or those who identify as women will have less rights than you when you were born. And that is a crazy notion to think about in 2026. And so I think the big story here is that it is happening. It's now become out in the open. We really do need to organize. And I think the thing for me that I must say is there's a real power in organizing. When I was a student leader, we were able to literally shake the core of an unjust education system. And we did that because we were well organized and we had a common goal. And I don't just mean this in one country. This is an international struggle and an international fight. And it requires us to not only go back to the drawing table, but understand that we have different lived experiences, yes, but we do have these common, I don't want to say enemies, but that is what it is. And it's from foreign policy to domestic policy as well. And understanding that even in the African continent, even in South Africa, we're seeing a lot of those Christian nationalist evangelical organizations funding very problematic ideas. So now you're even starting to see in South Africa, where we have termination of pregnancy enshrined in the constitution, etc., all of those things are now being challenged. So all of us are being attacked, and I think the big story here, a power, or the real power, is in organizing and mobilizing each other. Thank you.
Thank you. Johan?
So absolutely, women need a seat at the table, but once you've gotten to the table, you need to start rearranging that table to make more women fit at the table. And that means diagnosing, confronting, and rectifying structural sexism, structural misogyny in all of our institutions, including inside our parliaments. And I know that you're very committed to that, Melanie, and I think everyone here, including male allies, can be part of that as well.
PS patriarchy. Great question. Belarus, again, is a positive example here. In 2020, we had mass protests, and one of the leaders of these protests is actually a woman. There was a female trio of 3 women who were bravely fighting against the regime, and they were able to galvanize, to mobilize the society. So we are fighting back.
Perfect. Yeah,
There's no time.
Let me briefly end with 4 quick thank yous. Thank you to this great panel. In our report, which I hope you've all read, if not, do read it on the way home, we talk about wrecking ball politics. We talk about demolition men. And we say that the one thing that we need is bold builders. Here you have 4 bold builders. Give them another round of applause. The second thank you is to you for spending time with us this weekend. We hope we made it worth your time. The third, and I think almost most important thank you is to the team from me. Wolfgang and I get most of the credit all the time, and we don't deserve it. They deserve it. They have curated this conference, they have put these events together, they have made sure this program has run seamlessly. And yes, sometimes the halls were a little full, and some of you had to wait a minute here and there, but at the end of the day, I thought it was a brilliantly run conference, and it's the team standing up there, standing over there, standing back there. That's it. And lastly, so before I hand over to Wolfgang to conclude this conference, can I just say thank you to you, Wolfgang. You've been a brilliant boss in the run-up to this conference. We loved working with you. We could come with absolutely every idea imaginable, whether it be let's have an elephant as the logo of this conference, or, you know, let's take over a huge bank building and turn it into Ukraine House. Whatever we came up with, you said, let's go. So can I ask the panelists to move down and you up? Thank you, Wolfgang.
Be sure what you wish for, Benedict. Dear friends, I think I shouldn't say ladies and gentlemen again, because I think we've become friends, a community here over this long weekend. We've come to the end of the line now. When we started a few days ago, I saw that we had 250 or whatever side events and a huge program with so many different smaller and larger gatherings. It seemed almost insurmountable. Actually, it all happened, and you were part of it, and I want to just add my own thanks to all of you for having been active speakers, participants, challenging some of the speakers, which is good, which is part of our DNA. At the beginning of the conference, I referred to our Munich security report, which says, as you all know, is that our international system is under destruction. Not everybody was happy with that, and I have to say that I was really very interested in seeing how many different views have been voiced over the last several days about this. Some actually have argued that not only has the international system been under attack, but that it's actually already gone, that it's over. Chancellor Merz himself said, actually, your under destruction diagnosis is not strong enough. Others, like Secretary Rubio, spoke about the need of, and I quote, renewal and restoration. So that shows you, the spectrum of views about where we are in either repairing, restoring, or actually accepting the fact that we probably may have to rebuild something practically from scratch. Alongside voices of reassurance, we also heard profound expressions of doubt. Doubts about whether we, in what we used to call the West, whether we still share the same values, whether we still play by the same rules, whether we are, in fact, still on the same team. Our friends from Denmark and Greenland in particular reminded us that if you cross certain lines, that will simply not be ignored and needs to be taken into account. We also saw, and I think that is, as far as I can see, good, we also saw a much greater spirit of European resolve to hold these lines, to defend what we believe are essentially European values. Europeans are stepping up on defense, no doubt about it. My own country does. We are collectively willing to carry a larger share, not only of the defense burden, but of our collective responsibility to try to preserve peace, prevent conflict, etc. What we need now, I think, is more than just another series of speeches. I think what we need now is a plan, is action, is an answer to what exactly are we Europeans prepared to do, and if so, by when and how. How do we bring, is a question for my European friends, EU friends, how do we bring the mutual assistance clause, which is in the European Union Treaty, to life? What exactly is our plan to ramp up defense production and to create a more cohesive and globally competitive European defense market? Question mark. This brings me to Ukraine. Clearly, as we were convening here in Munich, our Ukrainian neighbors were continuing to suffer from relentless Russian attacks. I think we were right in selecting as the awardees of this year's Kleist Award the brave people of Ukraine. And we had, for those of you who were not able to be there last night, we had a really appropriate and serious and worthy celebration of this award ceremony with President Zelensky. And I want to express once again my admiration for Prime Minister Tusk of Poland, who came specifically for the purpose of delivering his laudatory remarks all the way from Poland just for a few hours to participate in this event last night. There is more, I think, we can do as transatlantic partners to put pressure on Russia, which I think we've come to agree is sorely needed. Providing Ukraine with the weapon they need, including certainly a lot more air defense, coordinate tougher sanctions on Russia, US sanctions, but there is also, you know, the possibility of more and more comprehensive European sanctions, no doubt about it. And also tackling the shadow fleet. There are still a number of options that we have not fully adopted to increase the cost for Russia's continuing war. Yes, as Secretary Rubio said, our destinies are intertwined. That's good if we accept that. And I want to add that the question of how this war is going to end is actually an existential question for Europe. It will determine, in more ways than one, the future of this continent. And I very much hope that this is not only understood by all of us here in Europe, but also by our American friends in Washington. And I hope very much that we as allies and partners are united and determined to act together to make sure Ukraine can and will prevail. So that's just a small part of our agenda. But I think that when I think about the priorities, it is probably the single most important one because it's so urgent. There are other, maybe more long-term issues that are not less important, but maybe slightly less directly urgent. So let me come to an end. I know you're all waiting for lunch at the end of this dreadful conference here. So finally, let me come to the nicer part, namely to add my own words of thanks. I want to thank the federal government that has always supported us, the government of the Free State of Bavaria that has always supported us, and the German military, the Bundeswehr. They have always supported us. They've supported us with young soldiers who have actively participated in terms of volunteer help. We could never, ever put all of this together if we didn't have all these literally who help us do this, organize such a cost. Our host, the Hotel Bayerischer Hof, and the other hotels in the neighborhood, our host broadcaster, the Bayerischer Rundfunk, they're up there with their cameras, our partners, corporate sponsors, and supporters of our foundation. And finally, just before I end, I would like to recognize 2 or 3 of my fellow members of the foundation board. I want to recognize Nikolaus von Bomhard, where is he? Somewhere over there. Nikolaus has been a member of the Foundation Council for many years. He will succeed me as the president of the Foundation Council beginning tomorrow. So good luck to you, Nikolaus. Let me also recognize my longtime friend and fellow German diplomat, Helga Schmidt. Is Helga here? Well, if she's not here right now, I just saw her 10 minutes ago. Helga has done a terrific job in chairing our Middle East consultation group, and I mention her specifically because she has agreed to continue to serve as the vice president of the Foundation Council with Nikolaus. Thank you very much, Helga. And the one before last is my good friend Jens Stoltenberg, who sits right in front of me here, who has recently joined the Foundation Council and who will serve as the next chair of the Munich Security Conference when he believes that he can actually do that. So. So congratulations, Jens, you have a bright future in front of you. Until that time, until he's ready, yours truly, I will continue to serve as the chairman of the Munich Security Conference, so bear with me. And now let me just finish this by asking Benedict to come up here once again. Please come up here, Benedict, because I do want to make sure that it's not only you who thank the team. I want to thank you, and through you, the team, which is done now for 16 years. I mean, new people have been added on, but you've been one of the founding team, literally 15, 16 years ago. So thank you so much, Benedict. Thanks to the team. Let's give them a round of applause. If you enjoyed this weekend, put it in your calendar. Next year, we hope to see all of you again. Have a great trip home. Thank you.